Things will continue working. What is making that racket? Things will continue working. I must have a live link. What is making that racket? On here, I do. It's right there. Let's just go ahead and mute that. I must have mute. There we go. There we go. Finally getting things right. All right. Now we can get settled in here. Got a few things here and there for everybody. Oh, man. That's hilarious. We're going to stop doing that right now. Let's go ahead and just put you right there for the mind test. It looks like the YouTube can see me, and it looks like the TikTok can see me now. Let's content. Come on now. Live streams. Yeah, it's all very, very interesting. Where we got? Get a shareable link. Okay. And then we're going to pop you in there. And then I'll be able to see both of those chats simultaneously. There we go. And we'll put you right over here. Okay. All right, looks like a couple of you sent me some likes. If I'm looking up, it's because I have a, I need to move that over here maybe. And maybe down. Yeah, I think that's going to be better. There we go. All right, so it looks like I finally have everything doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is kind of funny. It looks like I've got sound going in every direction. Even playing you a little background ambiance on the YouTube side. If you're on the TikTok, you're not going to be able to see some things, but you'll still be able to hear me talk. What the hell? So basically, I kind of call this I used to be a hardcore gamer, and I've been able to retrofit everything that I do and have into like a command center, like a digital command center, for lack of better words. It's like studio / gaming area / I can watch all the news I want, stuff like that. I've got, what do we got? We got Sky News going over here on the same thing as the France 24, because all the crap that's going on in Europe. I'm trying to see, what do I look like? What do I look like on the old YouTubes? I'm pretty sure I look pretty okay. All right. Hey, LP, good to see you. Irish Prepper. I love it, man. I love it. What do we got here? Audio is low. Okay, let me turn it up. Maximum. All right. So let me know if that's not enough, Jagula. And if it is, hey, stranger. And if it is, then this is on your side and not my side, because I just cranked this thing up to like 90%, which should easily take care of the situation. Okay, so and you don't need to be looking at that. Let's just go ahead and move that over there, out of the way. And we're going to get back to the old TikTok page just because it's someplace to put the YouTubers. Let's see here. I'm trying to look at the chats. What do we got here? Just getting started. Yeah, literally, I just turned it on, man. I'm also simulcasting on YouTube as well from the old command center. I don't know if you saw that or not. Here, I'll let you look around again. That computer's broken, but there's different laptops, and that's my little screens there that I'm running shit on, and then there's the little clock over there, and yeah, there's the printer. It's all good in the hood, man. It's all good in the hood. The where are we at here? US. Where are we at here? Black Fox. Oh, Black Fox showed up. Love it, man. What do we got on the other chat? Hello, they got the stranger. Jaguar says, my sound is good to go. Okay, so let's see. What will we talk about first? Well, I mean, there's the whole war thing, but honestly, I don't think that's really going to do anything. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of go back to the basics. And one of the things that I do for the people who ask for help is I go out and I find different things for them, and I, basically throw them information, and they can either use it or they don't, or they won't use it, And one of the things, and if you're on the YouTube, you'll actually be able to see it, but obviously on TikTok you won't. And there is just article after article data after data, if it's not NOAA or OSHA or the U.S. government or even a foreign government, or there's so many assets out there that you can just go out and find, but nobody has to do it. Which is why we always resort to like TikTok videos and YouTube to learn. And these are all great things, but actually getting that hands-on experience, actually sitting down and doing the work. Where are we at here? It can be a little tricky. Let's see here. Wayabusa says he's listening but busy cooking supper. Love it, man. Let's see. Okay, so I'm looking at the screens, and what do we got here? Okay, so basically, if you go to the old Wikipedia page and say, what is a prepper, they've kind of defined it, but, I mean, there's no definition. I mean, it's like somebody figured out that people were prepping, and then they said, we have to put a label on these people. What is that? The WWE Royal Rumble kickoff? Shut up. I hate when my phone tells me when things are happening. By the way, how is my sound on TikTok? I'm going to guess that it's good. I really haven't asked, and it's hard to tell, obviously, with the headphones and the microphone. Doomsday, share the live. Hey, man, I appreciate it. What do we got here? One, you're a good. Got you. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, so... but they're always trying to define us. They're always trying to put a label on us so that they can understand or not understand us, And let's go ahead and make that a little bigger. There we go. That's what she said. So basically, they're defining us as preppers or survivalists, are individuals or groups who are actively preparing for emergencies, including possible disruptions in social or political order on scales from the local to the international. Survivalists often acquire emergency medical or self-defense training, stockpile food and water, prepare to become self-sufficient, and build structures that may help them survive a catastrophe. Hey, that's actually a pretty legitimate description of preppers. I think that we often find ourselves being labeled. And I think it comes down to just not caring. But I actually think that that's a pretty good description of us. Also, if you're on the YouTube, it was labeled adults only prepping, and TikTok would not accept it. It said those were unacceptable words to title a stream. Oh yeah, that's some good stuff, and that's some adults only coffee. That's a little bit of coffee and some coffee liqueur and a little bit of chocolate flavoring. So yeah, it's kind of foo-foo for an old grunt like me, but it's pretty sweet. Okay, so let's see here. Would love to be the perfect enemy if would flip to evil. Ha ha ha. We would be the perfect enemy. I don't know what that means if you're talking about we as the United States or we as in you and I, because I don't dance. Let's see here. Sounds great. Excommunicado. I love that name. Okay, so looks like we got some likes coming in on the TikTok. Truly appreciate it, guys. The YouTube is kind of stretched out amongst these screens, and that one, and believe it or not, for it being on 4 screens, I can't actually read. I can't actually tell very much of what's going on at all other than to see the chat. Okay, so who are preppers? We know who they are, okay? But the one thing that I caught from this article was preppers can include anyone who has a spare tire in case of a flat, has a first aid kit and knows how to use it, learns how to grow and prepare their own food, has extra batteries and flashlights in case their power goes out, has an evacuation plan for emergencies, and gets some extra food and water for times they can't go to the store. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things, and I'd say at least 4 of those 6 things the average American is doing just cause. Not even, we're talking pre-COVID, these are simple things. So maybe they don't know what they're talking about, but we're going to keep going, one of the other things too is I noticed when reading this, there's crap. It's something bias. I had talked about it before, But basically, it's one of four psychological brandings that they put on people that basically this particular bias doesn't believe that anything bad will ever happen to them. And we all know it's not true. I mean, life is just full of bad things. And, I mean, I don't think we can go more than 3 days without something bad happening to us. Obviously there's different levels of this, but let's see here. We as preppers, so much knowledge. Okay, gotcha, excommunicado. What do we got here? Thorn showed up. What's up, preppers? What's going on, man? Hey, organized pineapple. Good to go. I made it easy for you this time, huh? She hates TikTok. But if you haven't been on her YouTube channel, you definitely need to check it out, The Organized Pineapple. She's doing some very home-related preps that make a lot of sense. I actually ended up using one the other day. But don't tell her that. No, not that. Let's see. Maybe I can move these cameras a little closer together so that they almost seem as if I'm looking at each other. Yeah, I think I can do that. Yeah. Oh, that'll work. Bang it. Oh, I got to straighten that out. Let me straighten that out real quick. Okay. Man, I hate it. Makes me look like I'm fat because I'm like leaning back in my chair. Maybe I scrunch up a little bit more, so maybe get like that. No? Okay. Okay. So people who are not so prepared merely place at risk on other people around them once they become desperate. This phenomenon was observed in the aftermath of Katrina, where desperate people took advantage of anyone around them. And that's very, very true. That's, if you think about it, that is the biggest prepper test that we have had as a nation. I think probably, since the Carrington event. I think that was like 1921 or something like that. But if you think about it, these people were like trying to survive. Some of them survived around water because they surrounded by water on the roofs of their house because they had prepared, or on the second floors. Like real world in the United States preparedness in action. And, there are people that are going to try and take advantage of other people because they're not prepared, because they find themselves in a situation that they didn't think that they would be in. And I think that's unfortunately, a lot of that is still happening. They say that statistically right now, post-COVID, 2 years into it, that 70% of Americans are preparing in some way, shape, or form. If it's 3 days worth of this or a week worth of that, or maybe some are going full up 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, that kind of thing. But it's interesting, the statistics that you can find out when you start to look at where we were 2 years ago, where we are now as a prepper community. When I say community, I'm basically classifying us as preppers in the United States. Okay, and it looks like my numbers keep changing back and forth here. So if you're new to the stream, do me a favor, like, follow, subscribe. If you like what I'm doing, you can always unsubscribe. If not, let's bang out those likes. That'll draw more people in here. There was literally 60 people in here like 20 seconds ago, and now we're at 27. But I also know that's just the algorithm. On the YouTube side, I have no idea how many people are in there. YouTube pretty much sucks, and I only do it for my loving followers there. 800 followers there. But yeah, definitely start getting carpal tunnel on that like on the screen, if you please. So there's basically, this article classifies 6 subjects that preppers should learn. But as preppers, we also know that there's a gajillion things to learn. There's a gajillion things to do. And that's why it can become so overwhelming. If you go down this guy's list. So basically the main categories are emergency preparedness, survival skills, food and water storage, medical and dental, sanitation, and hunting and fishing. So, but then when you start to break those all down, then it starts to get a little crazy, emergency kits and bug out bags, top of the list. And also, just an FYI, one of my Patreons had asked me to do a video on how I personally store fuel, like for my generator and stuff like that. And I have a very specific way that I use it. I have a very specific product that I use. And to that Patreon, I just want to let you know, I do have, the reason I haven't made the video yet is because my gas has already been stored. It's not time to cycle or to swap out that gas. I normally do it about once every 6 months, but what I'm going to do is I've actually got the stuff that I need, and I'm going to basically pour one of those 5-gallon jugs into my Jeep, and then I'll go through the process. For some, it's easier than others, but a lot of people like to see those things. And if you'd like to see more of those kind of things, do me a favor on TikTok, start smashing that like screen, because there's no button. Just tappity tap, 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 and make those likes. Yes, I want to see a lot of likes. I think that, we had the live stream that I did yesterday while I was driving. We had 3,000 likes, and there were 10 people that was coming in and out. So just get some carpal tunnel and just start banging on it. I want to see some likes. Let's see here. It's a catch-22, and this is from Prep It. Hey, I follow you. Prep It. I guess I say that. Prep It. I guess you're petite. Prep. Peter Piper picture preppers. Prep Petite Pie. Preppy Pie. Okay, I'm going to call you Preppy Pie. Petite Pie. It's a catch-22, helping people prep so they don't need your preps, and then knowing you're a prepper. Yeah, it is. It really is. One of the ways that I've decided I'm going to solve that is I actually have 5-gallon buckets that are sealed that have get away from my property things inside of it. It's basically a miniature go bag. And it's got, it's got the 5 C's inside of it, and it's got some food and some water and some sanitation items, and it's all in a backpack. So I literally, if I want them to leave my property and I don't want to have to put them in the ground, I can literally say, listen, don't ever come back, and I'm going to tell you where to get some stuff. Do you understand? And if you come back, it's going to be completely different. And what I've done is I've buried these 5-gallon buckets in different places that are away from my property. They literally have to go away from my property to get to them. But I just hand them a map and say, go that way. Go that way. But don't come back, because if you do, it's not going to be the same. And I think that kind of gives them the... If you've never put somebody down before, you won't know what I'm talking about, but it stays with you for the rest of your life. And I've already stacked that deck one too many times, and I would prefer them just to leave. What we got here? Saving lead for hungry people. Cheap survival food choices. Mosquito Man. Dude. I hate to say it, but if you're going to go cheap, you go to the bottom of the bucket. Ramen noodles. They're the cheapest things. You can live on them forever. I'm not joking. I had a Marine that worked for me on one of my deployments to Okinawa, and he lived off of ramen noodles and beef patties. The beef patties that came inside the MREs, they don't come in MREs anymore. But years ago, you'd get them, and that's all he ate. That's all he ate for almost 6 months. And so you can survive off them. Yeah, you're not going to live very much longer afterwards, but it can be done. But the guy was burning, we were working out like 2 or 3 times a day, and it was just unbelievable, But that's bottom of the barrel, cheap. And then I always tell people use the 6-can method. Every time you go to the store, buy 6 extra cans of something. People normally start with vegetables because they're normally $1 or less. It's easy and it's cheap. It's that easy. If you want to have like, one of the people often forget about the ingredients of things and how inexpensive they are. For instance, if you want to have something that has a little bit of, like a chili flavor to it, then you buy some chili powder, and then you buy yourself a can of red beans, and then now you're taking care of your moisture or liquid issue. You're getting protein, you're getting fiber, and you can sprinkle some of that chili powder in there, and you mix it up, and it almost tastes like chili. It just gives you that kind of a Tex-Mex taste, you know. Super, super cheap. That's one thing a lot of people forget about is spices. No problem. No problem. All right. Prepete pie. I'm calling you petite. You got to be a small lady. I've seen your videos. All right. Let's see. Do you have a plan if you have to walk away from everything and start from zero? Yes, I'm going to walk away and start from zero. You know, you could have cache sites. The reality is that they do work on different properties. For instance, the property I'm on now, and the reason you'd never see me live stream from this place is because this is my property in North Carolina, and I only come back here about once a month. But this place is full up. So if I had to walk away from here, there's several caches within the area that I could literally, you know, if basically I just, you know, beg for my life from marauders and they let me go and thought me this feeble old man or whatever, then I would literally just be able to go to that cache, you know, eat a little bit of food and drink a little water and then re-equip and rearm and come back and take back the house. But a plan to walk away is normally the never come home bag. And you actually have to have like skills and a real plan to use it. I hope that answers your questions. Your question, excommunicado. What do we got here? I'm going to go to the YouTube store here in steel 45-gallon drums and rotary hand pump. Oh, okay. Judy's talking about her fuel. Yes, yes. I mean, I prefer my fuel to be mobile, Judy. And the reason that I do is because I want to be mobile. I want to be able to put stuff in my Jeep. I want to be able to put, you know, load up a trailer. I want to be able to roll out if I have to. And it's very difficult to move 45-gallon drums. You know, fuel is roughly 6 pounds per gallon. So do the math on that one. And looks like Doomsday Homesteader. Hey, man, what's going on, bro? Jaguar says vegetable, chili, and rice. Yes, definitely. You know, it's funny, too, because low cost, going back to the low-cost food prep question, you can literally buy those bags of rice that are already cooked. They're like sealed up like the tuna packets are, and they're already cooked. They literally just say, just warm and eat. You could literally make an entire meal with your chili or your beans and that pre-cooked rice. And that would probably go. I want to buy some of that for my go bag. Because I think that's a great idea. We often forget about that. That was kind of a staple in Hawaii when I was a kid, where we would go to it was a dirt track. It was not NASCAR, but stock car racing. It was a dirt track. And I always remembered that was chili and rice was the food for the night. It sounded pretty good, you know. Sounds healthy, but I'm primal. Need those spices. ANC. His name is NYC-FJB. Gotta love it, man. That's iconic, dude. I think you came over from the the Discord. And if you're not part of the Discord, you need to get your ass in there. If you're on TikTok, go on over there. If you're on YouTube, send me a message and I will, or just put something in the chat. I think I kept the chat on, and I will get you a link because I think I forgot to put that link in there. Okay, so let's see. What else do we got here? Hey, Shay. Oh, I guess you're talking to somebody. Gotcha. Lightfoot Farm. What's going on, Lightfoot Farm? Love it. Love it. But yeah, I mean, if we're just going down there, the emergency kits and the bug out bags. Yeah, I mean, so when somebody says emergency kit to me, it could mean anything. But normally I'm kind of more focused on first aid and trauma. And then obviously the bug out bags could be, I mean, get home bag, never come home bag. I mean, whatever you can generally keep in the car. I'm actually going to be updating my bug out bag, and I'll probably end up making a video on it because I've gone through this conversion process where I'm honestly probably not going to be using the bag that I'm going to try and use. I bought this bag. It looked really cool. It's I just don't know if it's going to be big enough, specifically for needing a winter bug out bag. Lightfoot says, yes, first aid is important. Yeah, I mean, it's like one of the very first things when I started the Patreon was I went out and I found online training that's 100% free. And so I started posting those links all inside the Patreon for the members, and apparently they liked it. So I may have to go back and like regurgitate that so that people can find it. But yeah, you can find all sorts of online training, like legitimate online training for first aid that is sponsored by so many organizations, and it's like the shit. It's completely 100% free, and it's self-paced. But it also gives you great insight too, because a lot of people, I am not an advocate of IFAKs, okay? And here's why. IFAKs are designed to be used on the person that is wearing it. IFAKs were never designed for you to do things yourself. There is such self-aid, buddy aid, and in my arena, it was corpsman aid or Medicaid. Medicaid, that doesn't sound right at all. But anyway, so the reality is that that IFAK was never designed for you to use on somebody else. It was designed for you to use for the IFAK being worn on your body to be used on you. Someone would come help you. And then that's why we started to see the tourniquet holsters, because the IFAK came with a tourniquet inside of it. You'd have to fiddle around with it. You just lost, a lot of seconds, And what do we got here? Mellings. Okay, hi. How you doing? But anyway, so that IFAK, and so I'm not a huge advocate. I'm not going to pay somebody $120 for this device that does do a good job. But what if you could spend maybe $3/4, maybe $95 on that device, on something like that does everything, that does absolutely everything? I don't know if you guys were here the last time we talked about it. But, we actually, in my mag, we actually came up with something called the TTK, the trauma kit. Because we got tired of, and I don't know if you guys remember this, but about maybe a year ago, all the big guys started pushing these trauma kits, everything was trauma kit this and trauma kit that. And looking at the prices, they were absolutely ridiculous. And there were things that were inside these trauma kits that have no business being inside of the useless items. Like, have you guys seen those the burn gel bandages? Well, the largest one that you can actually buy is 15 by 12, I believe. All right, I don't know who Ryan Kinpenthal is, who's trying to be in my stream, but no, I'm just going to decline him. I keep tampons in mind. Tampons are good, dude, but don't think for a second they're going to help you with a bullet wound, especially one that's bleeding profusely. That is a misnomer. They do make good little bandages if you slice them lengthwise and spread them out. But as far as a bullet wound, they actually do more damage than they do stopping the amount of blood. Sorry, I didn't mean to lecture you, man. I know you've been prepping for a while. You and I have talked, but yeah, I'm not an advocate of tampons because they don't really do what people think they do. But anyway, so we built this trauma kit. It came out to be like $95, and this thing did everything, but it was ginormous. It was monstrous. So literally, it just turned into a kit that was designed for your car. I'm trying to think, and I made a couple of videos on it, but obviously I can't push those over onto TikTok. You'd have to go find them on my YouTube page. It's just local prepper, all one word. But Window Liquor showed up. What's going on, bro? Got them eyes. Hey! Let's see. Good evening, soldier. Who just said that? Well, Mr. Jeep 85, I appreciate it, but Marines are not soldiers. Thank you, though. I do appreciate you saying hi. Let's see. What the hell are we talking about? TTK, I think we rambled on about that. But yeah, definitely. Tons of first aid training that is absolutely free. It's all out there. If you guys are interested, there's a link in the description or on YouTube, or there's a link in my profile. I hate saying link in the bio for the Patreon, where that kind of stuff is hiding out. I'm also starting to build a few other things for that particular website that's going to help a lot of preppers out. Let's see here. We've been going for 30 minutes, and we're under 1,000 likes. Unheard of. There are 13 people in here. I don't know why you are not frantically typing the screen trying to get us to 1,000 likes. Those of you on YouTube, you can only like it once. YouTube is such a dead platform. But once again, it's a good place. YouTube is a good place to put like more instructional type information on there. And obviously, and doing live streams as well. I do wish that TikTok was sideways like YouTube is, but it is what it is. It is what it is. What else we got going on here? Okay, so let's see. Under emergency preparedness, communications and ham radio. Yeah, I mean, having a solid comm plan. All right, got me to 1,000. I appreciate it, guys. Tampons, laugh out loud. Be nice. They are useful. They can be used as a sterile bandage, But that's it, in my personal view. Communications and ham radio. So there's this constant battle between what are known as the ham heads. These people that they've fallen. Excuse me, I'm trying to do like 3 things at once right now. They have kind of fallen in love with being ham operators, and something's happening to my stream. I'm not sure. We are talking about. You asked what okay. There's something wrong with my TikTok. I don't know what it is. I'm going to try something here. Let's try and do that. So it looks like TikTok is jammed up. Okay. I think it's been reset. Okay. Oh, there it is. All right, let's go ahead and mute that. Okay. All right, there we go. Yeah, I was so basically I'm watching my YouTube chat and my TikTok chat up on the main screen. And I looked up and it was completely frozen, which is pretty common for TikTok. But just doing a little troubleshooting, I guess. And then it's been slow. I know. Who's saying that? Lightfoot Farm. Yeah, it does this all the damn time. I was running off the cellular internet. I have so many things running right now on the. I guess I'm not running out of bandwidth there in the command center here. But so I just flipped it over to run off the Wi-Fi. Okay, let's see. And you were saying something, Lightfoot. You asked what good evening. So, it's been slow. It's been fine for me. I got you. Nice. Okay, so back to communication / ham radio. So one of the big things is people getting training, unless you want to use a ham radio legally all the time. If you want to use your ham radio legally all the time, then you do need to get a license. At some point, someone will say something. One of the ham heads will triangulate your position and send the feds over to say hi to you. It does happen quite a lot. But here's the thing. There's not a lot of people. Most of the ham radio community are 100% volunteers. Most of the positions in the ham community that are part of the FCC, they're almost all volunteers. So it's like they don't really have time to do anything else but look for you. Now, there are not a lot of them that are actually actively out looking for people, but it does happen. That's because, what was that? Lightfoot Zero, that's because you ran your own internet. Gotcha. But the reality is that you could use a ham radio without a license in any emergency situation. It's actually written to the FCC regulations. It's just that easy. You can listen to it all the time, but the second you key that handset in a non-emergency situation, it's a good idea to have a license. Now, it's good if you want to use GMRS. Now, it's like $70. You fill out a form, and next thing, within 6 weeks, and sometimes within 24 hours, it's kind of weird. They'll email you with your actual call sign and your license. So, and then you got 10, or it's either 10 or 20 GMRS channels to play with. It's much more powerful than an FRS radio. And if I'm speaking Mandarin Chinese to you right now, I apologize. But the most important, there's two pieces of any communications plan. First is knowing how your radio works. If you've got one of those little Bowfangs, those things are very powerful and they have lots of functions. So learning how to use them is kind of important. They are easy to get started, but they have functions and features that can help you out that you probably need to learn how to use. The next thing is actually having at the very least, a contact sheet. What I like to do is I have a card that I carry with me that has all of the people that are near and dear to me and their phone numbers. And then on the other side has all the frequencies for the areas that I move through. And it just fits on a card. Just print it out. Get yourself a laminator. I mean, if you've got a vacuum sealer for doing food, then you really should have a laminator too. They're very cheap. You can pick one up for like $25 at Walmart. K-U-T-S. I found a ham head. But no, you know what I'm talking about, man. You, David Hicks, you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, K-Butts. That's hilarious, man. That's good. But having an actual plan to use the communication device. Most people just have a plan to use their phone. And for most disasters, that would absolutely work. Absolutely work. But there's times when you don't want to be on your cell phone. Maybe you're trying to save the battery on it so that you can use it later and you shut it off. And now how do you communicate? Well, if you had a little handheld radio and you knew exactly what the plan was, you could quite easily do it. So I guess the next thing would be the emergency and supply lists. So a lot of people don't do this. On my pantry here in North Carolina, I actually have like a clipboard with a pen, and it's like hanging off my working pantry. And when I use something, I like write down what I used, because that turns into my grocery list the next time I go to town. So having those working lists, and you can build an emergency supply list the same way. You can build an emergency protocol list. It's like a checklist. Contact family, link up with family. I mean, you can just create all these little plans. It's not really hard to do at all. And then obviously the next one is shelter. And that could literally mean anything. In my bug out bag, I'm thinking of rolling to a low profile 2-person tent. They're so lightweight and they're so easy to use. But for right now, what I have is a 12 by 12 tarp that is it has grommets all over it, specifically designed to be hung in like 24 different configurations, and you can easily create a tent or a structure out of it, or a shelter out of it. So let's see. Where we got here? We're going to go to, let's look at the YouTube real quick. What worked for me was volunteer at your local firehouse and training as a first responder. Keep those skills fresh. Yeah, Jagula, absolutely agree, you know, but a lot of people can't do that because of their jobs. I would say that you are very lucky to be able to do that. Along those lines, lots of places have, you can literally talk to the people who work in those kind of places in emergency response centers and say, is there like some kind of online training that they give you guys? And, oh yeah, what's your email address? I'll send you a link. These little hidden online training sources that nobody, like only the county workers get to go to, you know, that kind of thing. You can make friends with those people and find those things out pretty quickly. And it's not about the certificate, it's about the training. Maxi pads, electric tape, and a bottle of whiskey. You're so fucking hardcore, window licker. When camping, one of the few injuries we had to deal with was a corneal abrasion. Yeah, I mean, those suck. That sucks. There's really not a lot you can do about that, man. There's, you know, they teach you in the Combat Lifesavers course, you know, basically you have two types of eye injuries. You know, you have the kind where something is stuck in and the kind where something is not stuck in. And the only real difference is that you either rinse or you don't rinse, and you always cover both eyes and take them to the doctor. Listen, I know someone that teaches ham radio classes. Do you want a recommendation for ham radio classes? Yeah, go ahead and put it in the comments if you want to, Thorn. Window Licker says more ass code. What do we got here? Follow the host. It's been about 30 years. Gotcha. Man, you've been on ham way too long, David. Lightfoot says, I love lists. Hey, listen, I did a video like 6 months ago about how messed up my week was because I stopped making lists. I used to carry this book around with me. Matter of fact, I got like a pile of used ones over there in that corner. They were just my daily checklist where I was just writing stuff down all the time. And then at the end of the day, I would rewrite the list on the next page and then scratch out all the stuff that I did or didn't do on the other page. And I would have that fresh list for the next day. And I know that sounds like super ADD. No, I don't have that I know of. But the reality is that creating those things actually made me feel better because I didn't have to think about what I was doing the next day. I mean, I wasn't droning around, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't like a worker being my life away. But it's like, if you know what you need to do, then you can actually set up a plan. You can do time management. You can knock out a whole buttload of things in one day and not even be tired about it, you know? Instead of at the end of the day going, man, I really wish I remember what the hell I was supposed to be doing. But what do we got here? I was a volunteer fireman for almost 4 years. Got you, David. Learn CPR. That's first. Oh, that threat. It's going crazy. Let's see here. Let's try that again. Learn CPR. Thales first aid course that are free. There you go, guys. Thales. Look up Thales first aid courses. I love it. Thank you, Lightfoot. Appreciate it. It's Doomsday says, I have notebooks full of shit. Wife hates it. You know what you need to do? So, hey, quick story, Doomsday. So, yeah, my ex-wife used to, she was always worried about, I was always writing in this book, right? This little, in the military, you can get like a little note. Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay, so this is they're about this size, and yeah, lots of stuff written in there. But in the military, you can get these from Supply for like nothing, and so every NCO had that or a smaller one in their cargo pockets all the damn time. But I was always writing in these notebooks, and it drove my wife nuts. And she's like, "What are you writing in there?" And I would tell her, stuff, checklist, things to do for the next day, kind of just keep me on track. And she would just drive her nuts. And then one day I caught her looking in the book, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And she slams the book real quick and walks away. So the next day I wrote, "Why are you looking in my book? You need to keep your nose where it belongs." On one page, on the first open page of the book. And I caught her reading it, and she's like, "Ah." But it was interesting. So I can't tell a story. Let's see here. Except husband. Where are we at here? What are your thoughts on the Russia-Ukraine tensions? I think there's tensions. I think that if anybody thinks the U.S. is going to war, then they are very mistaken. It would take Russia to commit an active war against the U.S. or one of our NATO partners, and Ukraine is not one. I think that although there are friends and our service members have been in and out of Ukraine for years, I think it's important to remember that this is about nothing more than oil, natural gas. It's about Nord Stream 2 and how the Ukrainians got pushed out of the deal, and they're the ones who own the property that part of that pipeline is supposed to be on. And so I think that's what it's really all about. Now, they are preparing for war. On the YouTube, where are we at here? I wanted to show the YouTube guys. That's not it. Where is that link? Don't tell me I lost it. Someone sent me a link of the YouTubers. I'm sorry, not the YouTubers. That was stupid. I'm getting discombobulated there. Of the citizens training with soldiers to defend their nation. So I see somebody put false flag in there. No, it's not a false flag, David. It's not a false flag because it's really, really happening. The problem is that Russia has done this before, not once, not twice, but 3 times in the last 50 years. This is how they decide to take territory. They build up. They start to say all these different little things that get everybody's attention, and then one day they just push in, and then they take what they want or they don't. And a lot of times, what they'll do is they'll push in anywhere from 30 to 100 miles, and they'll just stop and say, "Okay, we're done. We've taken enough." And then they'll back up, and then that's how they let the people start to, because once you start to get that thing where part of your family is living on the other side of that border because of a Russian invasion, next thing you know, people are moving back and forth, and next thing you know, the Russians are less abrasive and things are more accepted. That's how they do that. Let's see here. Sawdust Restaurant, wood helps. Are we all ADD? No, we're not all ADD. Where did you find, Doomsday? Okay, you're not talking to me. Just joking around. I heard we're buying oil from Russia. That's very possible. I don't want to go off on a political rant, but, our president and administration has not done us any good. It's completely illogical to shut down our pipeline, to, on day one, stop everything that was going on in Anwar, to literally take us from being in an energy plus and providing it to needing it, and then begging other countries to go back the old way so that we have to pay for it. It's just asinine. It's absolutely asinine. False flag to divert from what's really happening. Hey, David, what is really happening? I guess that would be the question. I'd love to hear what you have to say about that. Where are we at here? My thumb is in the wrong place here. Oh my God, really? Shut up, Jacob. Let's see here. What we got going on the YouTubes? All right, so he's still checking for that contact for free ham radio classes. Okay, so going back on to the subject here, the next thing would be considered survival skills. And what do we got? Home and defense. This is kind of big because it's not a lot of people talk about it. Not a lot of people talk about, when they talk about self-defense, everybody's, no, Jacob. How about I make you the second person I've ever banned before, Jacob? What do we got here? So where are we at here? Home and self-defense. So a lot of people don't think about defending their home. They don't practice it. They don't know how to ply off corners. They don't think about things that are in front of them, let alone behind them. They just think that they're going to get a firearm and walk through the hallway with a flashlight and hopefully be able to, what do we got? Flat Earth teacher just gave me a rose. Oh, thank you very much. I have 3 dogs. They will find the bad guys for me. I love it. I love it. What kind of dogs are they? And while I'm waiting for that to happen, let's see here. Is my YouTube channel still up? Hold on a second, guys. I'm like silence on the YouTube side. No, it's still working. Okay, cool. There we go. Labs, big babies, but they come and say hi. Labs are awesome dogs. They're not known for their aggressiveness, but I mean, they are good-sized dogs, and if they get angry, you better watch out. I've never understood pieing off corners. Always thought that was a video game reference. Oh, no, not at all. That's a very serious thing. You probably need to do some YouTube or just Google it, to be honest with you. How to pie off a corner. It's a real thing. It can save your life. 2 of them are 100 pounds each. The third is a baby yet. Gotcha. Let's see here. Yeah, Penny's not around. Penny is sleeping right now. If you're new to the channel, you know that I have a trained Walker Coonhound who spent 2 years in a kennel at the SPCA, and she's messed up. She's messed up pretty bad, but I try to keep her happy. What do we got going on here? Somebody in the YouTube chat needs to fire it up. I don't see anything happening over there. This is why I say YouTube is dead, but I still turn it on for you guys. So once again, back on home and self-defense. I mean, close quarters battle with a firearm, with a handgun. Yeah, that's probably something that you need to learn how to do. And yeah, how about maybe just reinforcing some of the things in your house? A lot of people don't know about it, but it's a very big thing. And for most preppers, they do know about it. Literally just changing the screws in your door frames that hold in your lock mounts can be the difference between somebody getting in or not getting in. Where we got here? Gardening and homesteading. This is honestly probably my weakest prep. But I'm in the process of changing that this year. I've got myself some of the original, what do they call them? What's the name of those? The seeds that have never been GMO'd before. Somebody put it in the chat. Heirloom seeds. I like prepper. Gotcha. I like pepper. Okay. But yeah, that's one of my weaknesses. Trump is coming up in 5. Good for him, man. You know, if it were election year, I'd probably spend more time listening to the guy. But the people who like Trump have already decided. The people that don't. You know, they've decided. It's just that easy. But yeah, gardening and homesteading. This is really my weakest point, but I have been preparing for it. I've been making compost since autumn. I just keep throwing stuff in that green composter and going around, twisting it around every other day. Just putting everything I can inside of it. Going to try and make the soil as rich as possible when it comes time to plant. Let's see. Powerless and off-grid cooking. I don't have a problem with that. That's actually one of my strengths. You know, starting a fire pretty much in any environment. Yes, I use my fireballs. If you haven't seen those, I'll show them to you one day. Yeah. And then the actual off-grid cooking, you know, it's like that's one of the things that a lot of people forget to put inside their bug-out bags, you know. The items that you need to actually cook on a fire. Well, I won't say need because you can literally just your environment can provide enough to cook quite easily. Yes, thank you, Tex Heirloom. Let's see. Financial preparedness. Pretty much everybody has blown this one. Financial preparedness. It's like, how much money do you have saved? And, you know, is it in the right denominations to be used in an SHTF situation? And are you out of debt? That's the biggest thing right now, is being out of debt. I have been lucky enough to be out of debt several times in my short life. And it's just an unbelievable feeling knowing that you don't owe anybody anything. That, and, you know, you're not giving away, 10, 15, 25% of your income every month. So, yeah, get out of debt as soon as possible. In fact, you might want to actually make it a prep. Make it a prep to get out of debt. It's just that easy. Okay, what do we got here? Food and water storage. As preppers, that's kind of our thing. But a lot of times people just don't do it. It's not a matter of doing it properly. They just don't do it. They can never seem to get ahead. But once again, I always tell people about the two easiest ways to get ahead is use the 6-can method. Buy 6 cans of something every time you go to the store. And also storing water. Walmart sells 2 kind of water jugs. One is dark blue, the other is gray blue. Never buy the gray blue one. That one, the tops of them pop, just rip right off the spigot part. It just pops right off. You'll break it. It'll be done. The blue ones actually have like a little spigot inside of the cap, so you can turn it inside and out and put it on your counter and bloop, 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 bloop. And then 4 drops per gallon of chlorine, unscented chlorine. And you just solved your food and water storage beginning, as a prepper. Is a pit boxer, and I send smoke signals with the I don't know what THELD pro is, but it's something, I guess. It's something. Okay, let's see here. So in the food and waters, recipe and menu planning. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of detailed. It's like you want to, if you know what your recipes are, then you know how often you want to eat those foods, then you can buy the appropriate amounts of those ingredients so that it all equates into math to making specific meals. Buying food storage. How do you buy food storage? Well, I think it has a lot to do with maybe shelving, but I don't know how you buy food storage. That's a little weird. Canning and preserving foods. That's another one of my weaknesses. I would love to do more canning, but I just don't have time, and I actually have somebody else who knows how to do it for me. Storing and organizing food storage. Yep, that's a must. It's like you see, the big joke here on TikTok is there's this guy that preps in alternative ways. Are the words that I'll use, and so people kind of hit him on it. But the one thing that I notice about his environment is that it's very disorganized. And then I've even actually heard him say that, it's a waste of time because he could be using his time to do something else. But that's bullshit. That's bullshit because you have to know what you have, you have to know where it is, and you have to know how old it is, and you have to be organized. You don't have to be anal retentive about it. You just have to be semi-organized. And then what we got here? Cooking with food storage. That just means cooking with eating your preps. I have long-term storage, and then I have a working pantry. And I honestly believe that's the way it should be. So, and then after that, it's all just rotations. All right, what do we got here? Sorry, it's so cold. My phone screen is whack. I got you. My God, where are you, Jagula? In the Arctic Circle? Huh. Okay. Well, hey, TikTok. It looks like TikTok is dying. So I'm going to go ahead and reset this stream. Probably need to give it about invite nobody special. No, I will not do that. I will not do that, young lady. That is nothing but trouble. That's too funny. That is too funny. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and kill the TikTok. The YouTube stream is solid, but nobody special has joined. Yeah, nobody special. I recognize your name this time. And it just asked me to ask you to go live with me, but I don't think that's a good idea. I think we need to I don't think that's a good idea. But okay. Well, looks like the stream is still working. All right. Well, I tell you what. I am going to make some more of this adult coffee. And I will be back in like a minute, like 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right, here we go again. Oh, there we go. Booze coffee. This is an adult stream. So, yeah, it's definitely happening. It's definitely happening. All right, what do we got here? Let's see. So, got to fix some adult Jameson. Be right back. Good to go, Irish Prepper. Yeah, go figure. The Irish Prepper is messing with Jameson. That's too funny. All right, so I've been streaming for about an hour. Let's see if we can't get the likes up to at least 1,500. Everybody start tapping that screen like crazy. YouTube people, I don't know what to tell you. It's just not as interactive. It's just not as fun. But yeah, let's get those likes up to 1,500. I was surprised how fast like 10 people can do that. They can do like 1,000 like super fast. Okay, so the next thing we need to talk about is medical and dental. And hey chair, how you doing? Sent likes. I'm doing great. I don't know what chair is. I don't know if you're talking to somebody else. Just swiped in. Gotcha. Okay. Screnston 20. I don't know. Sorry. But anyway, so getting back on the bandwagon, medical and dental. If you guys want to talk about something in the chats that I'm just not rambling on about, then please let me know, and we can go from there. Oh my God, you guys have not got me to 1,500 yet? What the hell? It's so easy. What do we got here? Noriel, sup? We are talking about basic preparedness and the different categories and the different subjects that preppers have to learn or do. What do we got here? And we are currently on medical and dental. So, big one here. First aid kits and medical supplies. Like we were talking before. You know, okay, so my big thing is tourniquets. I'm an advocate of tourniquets. I think that they need to be in like any place where trauma could happen. And unfortunately, there are tons of tourniquets, and there are actually people that are trying to sell Amazon links to crappy Chinese tourniquets that do not work. You will die. You know, I have a good friend of mine who is actually an EMT at a major metropolitan fire company. And he deals with gunshot wounds at least once a week. And he'll tell you flat out, sometimes you have to use more than one tourniquet. So if you have to use more than one tourniquet from time to time, then what happens when you have a crappy one? You're going to have a bad day. So buy one that actually works. I know there's a couple of companies out there. I know that the most inexpensive one that is still a good tourniquet is made by Recon. And there are others. If you guys know the names of that company, go ahead and put it in the chat for other people to see. But yeah, never buy an El Cheapo off of Amazon. And there are different types of tourniquets too. And I'm not an advocate of any particular type of tourniquet, because as long as it's a quality tourniquet, I don't care what type it is. Just exploring every path. Hey, what's going on, man? What we got here? Just got into the updated version of Survival Medical book. Highly recommend for anyone serious about first aid. Yeah, I mean, it's a good book. There's a lot of good books out there, but honestly, guys, I got to be honest with you. You can learn. I've been through the Combat Lifesavers course, and you can learn a lot about first aid and trauma medicine online on YouTube for free. There's a guy on there. He's basically got every certification there is for an EMT and paramedic, and he teaches these classes on his YouTube page for free. I watched him teach how to do a tracheotomy, and it's absolutely amazing that this capability is out there online and nobody's using it. Nobody's seeing it, you know? So, yeah, I think the Boy Scout manual, yeah, it's a good starting place. It really is. You know, sometimes you got to get back to the basics. So I've actually been pretty hard on my hands. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but I've been pretty hard on my hands in the last week working outside and doing different projects. And I literally just I move around like a tank. So it's like I'm banging this and cutting that. I probably have, like, in this general area right here, I probably have like 3 or 4 different, like, reasonable sized cuts that are healing up. And I noticed I went to go, so I was away from the house and I was doing something, and I tore my hand up, and I was like, son of a bitch. So I was just like holding it, and I was like, well, let me go in and get my trauma kit. And I realized I don't have any Band-Aids in my trauma kit. I don't have any boo-boo items whatsoever. So I literally ended up just going to, where did I go? I went to a gas station, and I got a cup of coffee, and I got napkins and a $3 roll of duct tape, this little bitty roll of duct tape. And I took those brown napkins and I just made like a little bandage for my finger and wrapped it around it. And I took the duct tape and wrapped it around it. And I walked around like that all day long, and it worked just fine. But it made me realize I don't have any good bandages or like Neosporin in my trauma kit. And it sounds ridiculous because it's a trauma kit, but I mean, it's at the edges of the extreme to treat those things at the edge of an extreme. Large wounds that are going to cause like death. And I had nothing in my vehicle, and not even in my bob, like a Band-Aid. So it made me really think about it. Let's see. I mean, how hard is it to throw, some Band-Aids in an envelope, fold that envelope up into a little square and put it in your, in your glove compartment? It's not at all, Where we at here? And then is on Irish Pepper was talking about, just got my updated version of the Survival Medical book. Highly recommended for everyone serious about first aid. Absolutely. But you know what? There are tons of manuals that are written by the U.S. military that cover all of those particular things. And you can literally put them on a thumb drive. They're PDFs. You can put them on a thumb drive, and you can go to like, what is it? It's not, I think it's Office Supply now. It's not frickin' Kinko's or like that anymore. Give them that thumb drive and say, can you print this out for me? And can you can you staple it all together for me? And they'll do it for half the cost of buying the book. So there's some stuff to think about too. Honestly, man, a tourniquet is more for transport. If you're not using hand pressure immediately, you're going to have a bad day. Yeah, I mean, that's the process. That's immediate pressure. That's the process. All this talk about relying on tourniquets sounds like this is being overlooked. Well, I'm not teaching a first aid class, Thorne. I'm not teaching a first aid class. Let's see. But yeah, simple stuff, So this is actually one of the set. This is a set of 4 cards right here that are actually in the TTK that we made, and they come directly off of the Tactical Combat Casualty Care TCCC class that you can actually use, and we use them because the purpose of our kit was to be able to save somebody's life and then hand them off to the paramedics, the EMT, the ambulance people. And then they would actually know exactly what had gone wrong and what was done. And you can print those off online too. They're absolutely amazing, Numbing Neosporin, that's an interesting product. The other one that I want to get into my kit that is in my home kit is the sanitizing it's a sterilizing soap. That you wash the wound with, and then you just rinse the wound, and then you hit it with some antibacterial stuff, and then start wrapping. Where we at here? Boy Scout manual, gray tape, nothing else. Main idea is to stop the blood. Yeah, I mean, that does work. The problem is that the duct tape itself, unless you manage to pinch the wound closed, if that wound reopens up, then it's now just going to stop working. But yeah, it does. It's for instant. Yeah. You might as well be playing the super glue game at that point. I don't know if anybody's ever done that before, where you actually like super glue a cut together. But these are all very real things. Okay, so that's all for first aid kits and medical supplies. The next thing is fitness and health. A lot of people just aren't in shape, but keeps blood to the limbs. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you would use first aid for, or not first aid, but duct tape in a major situation. At that point, anything could work. As long as you have some way to maintain pressure And God damn it! Oh, sorry about that, guys. Maintain pressure and keep the blood inside the body, then you're probably going to be good. So it would definitely come in handy for a sucking chest wound. A belt. I don't recommend it. That's some TV stuff right there. It does. See, belts can cause a lot of damage to the body. They're not designed for that, and they will basically they destroy the tissue because they're rarely wide enough, and also just cranking down with that belt, the buckle area is going to cause trauma to the body, and it's just bad. I mean, gray tape, not duct. Well, I don't know what gray tape is. Maybe I should look that up. Gray tape. Maybe I should do that right now. Gray tape. Is that a medical item I've never heard of before? So it appears to be some kind of vinyl tape. Gray tape. Paint supplies. Amazon.com. Gray tape. What is gray tape? Is it a medical item? According to the Urban Dictionary, gray tape is a person you get your sexual fix from when you're in between relationships. So we're gonna need some explanation as to what gray tape is. That's an honest question I'm asking you. Painter's tape, not vinyl. Okay. Gray tape, electrical. Gray tape, electrical. Gray tape duct. Gray tape painter supplies. Let me see what that looks like. Multi-use duct tape. Honestly, I guess I'll have to look into it. There's one here that says that it's for poly tarps, but it also says that it's duct tape. You got another one here, no residue. I guess I'll just have to look into it. But thank you. Masking tape. Oh, it's masking tape? Okay. I mean, I would use that in a pinch, but I don't know that would save anybody's life. I mean, it could in theory. It depends on what the wound is. Okay, so let's get back on task here. Okay. But yeah, health and fitness. You know, I'm constantly running into preppers who don't take care of themselves. They say they don't have time. They say that, you know, they have to work, you know, and, you know, if you don't set aside a little bit of time for yourself, then it's going to be bad. I'm trying not to be negative about it because I'm not as fit as I used to be. I'm not as fit as I want to be. But I also know that I can still pick up my pack and walk forever, and still function. So you should probably do that. You should probably do that from every so often. I mean, when's the last time somebody... Okay, onwards. I appreciate it. What was the question? I joined when you were searching the gray tape. It was just, what is gray tape, Shannon? Shannon Lynn Franco. I got you. I got your full name in there. Cool. But no, it's just there was a question about what gray tape was. I trained my kids to walk for miles over the summer. We did 5 miles on the Hank Aaron to get. Okay, nice. I love it. Hopefully you had them carry their own bug out bag. If you're not setting aside time for yourself, why would you want to survive anyhow? Solid words, Thorn. If you guys can't see that on TikTok. Thorn just wrote TikTok. Yeah, that's TikTok. Thorn just wrote, if you're not setting aside time for yourself, Why would you want to survive anyhow? Wow. Wow. That's that's pretty poignant. You know, those some pretty big words there, Thorne. I love it. I'm going to put TM next to it. It's mine now. What do we got here? Irish Pepper says, if you have never gone out and fast hiked 2 miles with your bob, you need to. Adding 40 plus pounds makes a difference. Yeah, absolutely. You know, absolutely. Listen, here's the thing, guys. In the military, in the infantry, we'll say in the infantry, they are constantly, well, honestly, I can't say anymore. Well, listen, here, when I was a young grunt, we lived on our feet. We lived, you know, we loved when a truck showed up. We loved when an Amtrak or something to give us a ride showed up. Back then, there were even cattle cars. But when we would go to the field every Monday morning, we would walk into the field, and it was no less than 15 miles. And then we would do all of our whatever we're going to do in the field for that week. And then every Friday, first thing in the morning, we would walk back. And you carried in what your chow was. You carried in everything. The only thing that you didn't have to carry in was the giant water bladders. You know, they would always have those out there for us. You know, that's part of the logistics train. But every canteen you had was full, and sometimes you were carrying anywhere from, you know, light infantry is about 2 quarts, and then we would carry anywhere from 6 to 8 quarts of water. You know, it really all depended on what your mission was, but we were always carrying our packs. As preppers, you have to put your gear on and go do something. Don't worry about what people think. You know, I tell people it's like, so I have from time to time I'll go on a run, and I have a black. I wouldn't say it's a tack. I guess it's a plate carrier, a black plate carrier, and I have 2 steel 500 plates inside it. I've been asked. I've been like stopped by the cops walking or running down the road. Like, what are you doing? It's I'm working out. It's like, well, why are you wearing that? I said, they're weights. I'm working out with weights on my body so that, you know, I can get stronger. And they're like, what? And I'll be like, ting, ting. And they're like, oh, okay. They go from instantly from plate carrier to this looks more like it's a weight vest. I'm not saying to grab all your gear and your AK-47 and all your ammunition and water and food and start walking down the road, because that's the quickest way to get some bad attention. But what I am saying is that based on your situation, you should be trying to train to the maximum potential that you can reach with your equipment, your body, and your environment. And if not, then it's all a joke. It's all a big fat joke. We also lived with book bags on. Oh yeah, I remember the book bags. I remember when I got to high school, we had lockers, and it was like, oh my God. And the only books I took home with me were the ones that I needed to get homework done. And I did as much homework at school as I could, because I hated carrying all those damn books. No less than 6 periods, no less than 6 books. Let's see here. What we got here? We also lived with books. Oh my God. We also lived with book bags on our backs. Magnoman. I don't know what that means other than Cro-Magnon. Yes, I have a lot of Cro-Magnon in me. One of those stupid sites told me that crap, but oh well. Anyway, what do we got here? I hated the lockers. It was too inconvenient. I was always a nerd and lived at the library. Gotcha. Let's see here. Emergency medical skills is next on the list. Yeah, I mean, do you know how to do a tracheotomy? Do you know how to do CPR? You know, Do you know how to stitch a wound? Yeah, those are emergency medical skills. And if you're into it, there's no excuse because there's tons of courses online, some free, some not. And there's tons of YouTube videos, and there's tons of free training. And then, hell, you can actually, there's actually kits that you can buy on Amazon, suture kits, suture practice kits. They give you everything you need and links to the training that go with that kit. So an actual doctor teaches you on a web page how to do it, and then you do it. So yeah, emergency medical skills, definitely. Emergency dental skills. Yeah, I mean that's tricky. You know, I mean, think about it now. If you have a one of your crowns pop off, or you have an achy tooth, I mean, and there's no dentist because it's SHTF, and I hate to use that term because it literally comes down to just not being able to get to a dentist. It happens to us all the time, but I mean, how many times, especially during COVID, how many times you tried to get to the dentist and they say, oh, we can get you in, and they give you a date and it's like 3 weeks and you're like, I'm in excruciating pain. Don't tell me this, So just knowing how to do an emergency dental procedure, like applying the fill or a cap, an emergency cap, you can buy them at Walmart. Just to being able to knowing how to do that is a pretty good skill to have. No, we already talked about that. Let's see here. Hated the lockers. Remembering the combo. Yeah, that sucked. CPR, yes. Stitching a wound, yes. Tracheotomy, question mark. But suture kits. Take notes to buy suture kits. Yes, most definitely. And then I hate to segue into it, but that's one of the things that we talk about on the Patreon. That's one of the things that we talk about inside of the Discord channel. We're just constantly communicating with each other and trying to help each other develop those skills. And if you're not part of the Patreon, you should probably be part of it. The reality is that we do this every single day. You're just here on a Saturday night because, well, you're here on a Saturday night. What do we got here? Take notes. What do we got here? My oldest boy is coming home. Okay. That's good. The Survival Buzz. Hey, what's going on, man? I haven't seen you in a long time. Good tip on the suture practice kits. Yeah, no problem, man. Just on the suture practice kits, hit Amazon and just look. There's several of them, but what you want to do is make sure that it's all encompassing, because some of them would just sell the fake skin. Others sell the skin, and it looks like a Jello mode, basically. But others will sell basically everything, as well as the links. What do we got here? Okay, so it looks like next is sanitation. We always talk about, we don't actually talk about it. Nobody talks about sanitation. Nobody talks about wiping butts, But they also don't talk about, like, taking care of their children and their sanitation needs. We automatically, especially if you're going to start talking about a baby, God, the diaper situation alone would probably be just one huge problem for you, to prep for, and then the babies are always changing. Until they get to a certain age, they're always changing diaper sizes. So, how do you're talking about like a major rotation on that, and then, you've got women's needs, men's needs, and kids' needs. And, we briefly just talked about it. Men, whatever, give me a baby wipe and a towel and whatever. Obviously women have a different need and the kids would have different needs. It also talks about homemade hygiene and cleaning supplies, learning how to make some of your own, and being able to repurpose some other supplies. And then what do we got here? sanitation toilets, showers, dishes, and more. This is more for creating basically like a bug out location. I talk a lot about bugging out to a spot, to a predetermined area in the woods that already has many of the supplies that I want there that are pre-staged, so that all I really have to do is show up, uncamouflage everything, and build my little camp. And one of the things that everybody forgets is, it's like, well, I'll just make a latrine and, I'll just poop in a hole and that's great. That's great if you've got a plan for that. But here's the thing. It gets old. Do it for a week straight and it'll get really old really fast. So maybe it's a good idea to have a pre-made toilet or have one of those bucket toilet seat lids and a bucket, And even then, that's a pain in the ass. Not literally, but it's a pain in the ass. But you see where I'm going with it. We have to really think about those things. I was doing some research last week on bugging out into the woods the way I'm talking right now. And you can make a platform, cut a hole, put a toilet seat on it. You know what I'm saying? And that way you can just move it from hole to hole to hole. And it's not this huge thing. And you can actually sit down and do your business. Those are some things to think about if you plan on doing those kind of things. What do we got here? We got a little bit of Middleton is coming home after his first deployment. Really happy to see his face next week. Most definitely. Most definitely. Take care of your tooth with 2 Roach 714s. I don't know what that means. Leaves, hole in the ground. Yeah. Reusable cloth pads. Okay. I've lived in India and Pakistan when power and water were out. I learned a few things. Well, I hope so. I'm already in the bug out spot. Gotcha. Okay. That's good. All right. Let's see here. What else we got here? And then hunting and fishing. This looks like the end of the categories for this article. Using rifles, bows, and rods. Yeah, most definitely. You should know how to... it's easy to say know how to hunt. But the reality is that hunting is not as easy as a lot of people think it is. And the last thing you need to be doing is hunting and not knowing how to use your equipment. My thing is crossbows and rifles. Obviously, crossbows are going to last a lot longer in an extended SHTF situation than rifles will. But it's all management anyway. So, what we got here? If you have a top 5 list of medicine, what would you have? The very top would be the medicine that you use all the time. We take for granted the stuff that we get from the store. So obviously the first thing would be your prescriptions. And you either need to talk to your doctor about getting a 3-month supply, or you need to get your doctor to send a 3-month supply prescription to a mail-in pharmacy, where a lot of times they will actually give you 3 months worth of supplies. The next is obviously going to be antibiotics. If you can get your doctor to give you a prescription for some antibiotics. If not, there are other places where you can get those things. I saw that there's, Canadian Prepper actually has a company where he can get those things. But they're not that difficult to get your hands on. And then I'd say the third one would be just regular pain relievers, ibuprofen, Tylenol, and Aleve. Let's see, what would be number 4? Number 4 would be things for a cold. So basically NyQuil, Dayquil. And then the last thing would probably be, let's see, as far as medicine, I would say like allergy meds. If you have allergies, definitely get those allergy meds and low-dose aspirin, because that's just good for a little bit of everything. That's what I would do. Let's see. I don't know what Qualcomm is, but Thank you. I have a crossbow. Okay, cool. I guess that's Quaaludes, 714s. You need to learn which ones. Gotcha. Don't forget the EpiPen. That's not a bad one. They're really they're still kind of expensive though. But yeah, you could probably get a prescription for one. Let's see here. What do you think about Russia and Ukraine? Oh, Brittany showed up. Hey, Brittany, what's going on? I think it's all. I don't think anything's going to happen. Not with us in the U.S. We were talking about this in the first hour. Russia's done this before 3 times. They have a strategy for doing this kind of thing, and this has more to do with the Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline than it does with Russian whatever it is, Russian aggression. I mean, Russia's trying to use. I mean, if you think about it, it was actually said out loud why they're doing it, because in the beginning they said it's because they don't want Ukraine to become part of NATO, because they don't want another NATO country on their border. But here's the thing. Ukraine has not applied, or they say they want to be part of NATO, but they haven't applied to be part of NATO that I know of. And then you've got what have we got? Like Shannon just dropped in, expanding their businesses. There's a lot of scuttlebutt about some kind of hidden secret that's on the political side that's in Ukraine, and there's people out there that believe that once the Russians moved into Ukraine, they would find it and then they would publicize it to try and hurt whomever they wanted to, or use as leverage. I don't believe that, but I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Wars have been started for much less. But as far as America and Russia and nuclear war, I think it would really have to be some major act of war that Russia committed against the United States. God, I just noticed how bad this makes me look. This is really bad. I don't like that. I'm laying back in my chair, just kind of hanging out. It looks like I have a giant bubble gut. My God. Anyway, let's see here. Both Russia and Ukraine have come out and said they don't want war and there's no danger of it. Yeah, they actually have. But here's the thing. The president of Ukraine and the president of the United States have this conversation, and the president of the United States, we find out that on our side, the phone call didn't go very well. And then you got the president of Ukraine coming out and having a press conference that's an hour and a half long. It's basically saying he in very subtle words said the U.S. doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. So that leads me to believe that the Ukrainians know more about what's happening than the other. Now, Ukraine is a small country, and they have to protect themselves. So whether Russia's coming or not, they have to put a united front together. And that's what we're seeing on the TV. China has straight up said they are ready for a war with us over Taiwan. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we have to remember about China is that we are their number one export, and they're currently holding us hostage. They are currently the main culprits in the damage to our supply chain and our way of life. We are lazy Americans. We are fat and happy. We go and get whatever we want to get whenever we want to get it. And it doesn't work like that in the rest of the world. And so China has made billions, if not trillions of dollars doing exactly that, just catering to us. So they are in very certain terms holding us hostage to our previous way of life. Now the problem is that as with any society, we adapt. We get used to not having shelves. We complain about it a lot, but we get used to not having things on our shelves. We become used to it. And then that pain that they're trying to create doesn't work anymore. Now, in the long run, China will have to capitulate. They will have to go back to the way that things were, because every day their ports are closed, every day a shipping container doesn't come here, every day their 5-year-old slave labor workers are not making our Nikes, our iPhones, our maxi pads. Every day that they're not making those and sending them to us because of COVID, they're losing money. They're a business. They're a corporation. It's that easy. So at a certain point, it will hurt them more than it hurts us. And then, frankly, it would be stupid for them to go to war with us, because we would literally be like, okay, let's do it. Whatever happens, happens. And, oh, by the way, all that money you think we owe you, you went to war with us. Fuck you. Yeah, that's what would happen. Let's see here. Grow your own. My grandma had a garden. I know how to garden. Trade on skills. Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. Like I said, that's my weakest skill is gardening. I have a garden, but it's not that great, and I never grow as much stuff as I want to. And the reason I don't do it very much is because I prep more on the Western way of prepping, which is buying things in cans and packaging things away. Yes, I know that there's no long-term future in that, but I honestly don't ever believe that we would ever be part of the zombie apocalypse where we can't grow any food or we can't buy any food. Yeah, but yeah, that's one of my weaknesses. What we got here? I don't see anything else in the chat. Okay, so let's see. Under hunting and fishing, cleaning and field dressing animals. Wow, yes. I just, I'm always looking for new ways to do things, and I'm always looking to educate myself, and I set a lot of time aside to educate myself in different things. I actually ran across a couple of videos today that I was able to download to the Patreon server so that people can download and have those. And specifically, one video is how to field dress a deer. And this one was unbelievable. Literally, the guy just like, this is how you do it. And he's like, and he did it all right in front of you. And then another one was how to process a deer. And this one was actually like a company out of Wisconsin who actually, you bring them your deer after you've field stripped or you've field prepped them, and you bring them your deer, and then they're the ones who process the deer for you professionally. Who is this? Who's trying to talk to me? Lipstick in my... No, that's okay, bro. You just... Bye-bye. But anyway, so I just literally for 45 minutes today watched 2 videos on how to do that, and I was just like, that is actually awesome. I mean, all of the stuff that I've never been an avid hunter, but I know how to hunt. I mean, you learn certain things in the military about survival, and you learn how to hunt little by little by little. But I'm just not an avid hunter. It's not like I've never been hunting before. Anyway, I just thought it was a unique tool for the Patreons to have, so I put it in the Patreon server. And now they actually have like a folder for meat preparation, and now they have these 2 videos that they can reference anytime they want to, and they can download that stuff to their computer for an offline server. Yeah, unbelievable. And then processing animals. I don't know. I don't have it with me handy, but I'm actually reading another book on how to process all sorts of different animals, everything from squirrels to birds. I think there's even a section in there on how to process frogs to eat their legs. It's pretty extensive, and it's got lots of pictures in it too. So I think that those are all skills that we need to have. What do we got here? Kindle is a great survival tool. 10,000 books in your pocket. if there's no electricity. Shannon, I understand exactly what you're saying. Matter of fact, hold on. Welding and how to make the snow in different ways. Make the snow in different... I don't know about the snow, but welding, yeah, that's a great skill to have. But so here's the thing. We have come so far as far as technological advancements. So let's say, so as I'm reading this, so Perfect Sky 888 says, Kindle is a great survival tool, 10,000 books in your pocket. Absolutely true. Shannon rebuts that by saying, if there's no electricity, basically, what if there's no electricity? Well, with our technology, whoa, I'm sorry about that. I was kind of elbow on the table bouncing around. I'll try not to do it as much. With our technology that is here, you can literally buy these solar-powered battery packs. And then all you need is a nice sunny day, and you fire up that, and then you plug your Kindle into that, and then you recharge that, and it's this loop of power that we're pulling from the sun. So I don't believe that there's a situation where we can't actually have power. I actually have a solar battery pack for when I do my long-range hiking, and it works great. It only ever charges up to like 3/4 of a battery pack, but that's because its output is so high. I could actually charge like 4 cell phones on it. And it's only like this big. It's not big at all. And it's got its own solar cell, and you just set it in the sun, and next thing you know, it's time to recharge. So I don't believe we'll ever be in that position, but I'm also an advocate of hardcore books. And the reason I am an advocate is that knowledge is like never ends. You know what I'm saying? It's always there. There's no possibility of losing that knowledge to power. Where are we kidding? You're talking internet. You don't need the internet. You don't need the internet to read a Kindle book. You don't need the internet to use your phone. If you have something downloaded already, which is why I always talk about downloading the Google interface so that once a month you just update whatever I throw on the Patreon. I'm in the process of teaching people how to do that. It's really not difficult. If you can remember to, I'm solar powered when the sun hits. Yes, okay. You don't? I didn't know that. Okay, I got you. Sent likes to the host. There's no internet or electricity. Build a folder with all the information you need. Print out articles on prepping recipes. It's Beer Can Rusty. I like it, man. One of my favorite places in Hawaii was called Beer Can Beach. I don't know if it's called that anymore, but it was my favorite beach. But yeah, hey, I'm tracking with you, man. Now, here's the thing. If you're going to talk about printing stuff out, then make sure that you're using a laser printer. Otherwise, it is not forever. Ooh, hope you knew that. But having a library, either digital or on paper, is important. And it's an effective way to create references, you know. And then if you're in a bad situation long enough to share that information with other people or teach your children, you know, I think it's very important. But we do have the ability to maintain power with small devices, through small solar devices, and then use our electronic handheld devices. It's really not that difficult to do. A lot of people, I think in this day and age, it's kind of neat because a lot of people have forgotten that there's an on-off button on their cell phone. Yeah, you could literally download buttloads of data onto your phone and then just turn it off. And then it would be there for you to read whenever you wanted to. Or your Kindle or a thumb drive or I mean, it could go anywhere, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I always try to make sure that the people inside the membership Patreon club know that is something that's available and something that I'm building every single day. Okay, what do we got here? And then we talked about processing animals. Yeah, we talked about that. All right, so I think we're good on that article right there. Let's see. So So when we start to talk about other things, a lot of people like, what's in your bug out bag, you know? And it's like, okay, well, I mean, make a video on your bug out bag. It's like, oh, wow. You mean like every other crazy YouTuber there is? Oh, wow. My God. Did you guys really? Holy shit. Excuse my French. I guess I was on a roll. Last time I looked, I only had 1,400 likes. That's insane. I love it, man. Thank you. So I found this article that's pretty generic, but it has all the basics in it. You know, I always tell people when they start their bug out bag to always make sure that they have the 5 C's of survival inside of it and then build from there. Everything else after that is just an addition to it. So I found this article that covers the majority of that stuff. Let's see here. I want to go back to removable batteries. Well, then you probably need it. You need a Baofeng handheld ham radio. Then you can take the batteries off of that thing. But anyway, so obviously, if you're looking on the YouTube, you're seeing that the very first thing is shelter, and they say that it's the most important thing, right up there with oxygen, and exposure can kill you. Let's just talk about shelter for just a split second. So shelter can be many things. Shelter can be a home. It can be a tarp. It can be a tent. It could be a shelter made of boughs and wood. It could be lots of things. But when we're talking about the bug out bag, the shelter has to be 2 things. It has to be light, and it has to protect you from your environment. Waterproof, basically. Because if it's waterproof, it's windproof. And then obviously all the little superfluous things that you need with it, you know, lines, poles, if that's the kind of shelter that you're using, or and stakes. You know, it's like, well, I can make stakes out of wood and blah blah. I say, okay, well, good luck with that, man. Wait till the snow falls, and then tell me how easy it is to find your little stakes to, you know, make, or your little sticks to make stakes, and how many of those are going to be waterlogged and broken and all this other trash, right? You know, it's 7 P's, right? So shelter is definitely important. It should be at the top of your list for a bug out bag. What do we got? Further than a CB. Yes, it does go that far. Okay, so some of the options you have is a good tent, heavy duty tarp, a poncho or rain slicker, emergency blankets, and a sleeping bag. Now, this is where I diverge. I start to, in long range hiking, you have shelter, and you have your shelter kit, and you have a sleeping kit. Okay, and the sleeping kit can be lots of things, and the shelter kit can be lots of things, but they can't be both the same thing. Even in the case of using a bivy sack, if you didn't know what that is, it's kind of like it's a burrito. It's a waterproof burrito for your sleeping bag, and that's considered shelter, not a sleeping bag. So I wouldn't categorize these together. But as far as we're talking about a sleeping bag, yes, I do recommend a sleeping bag. I recommend at least a 20-degree sleeping bag. They're not cheap, but there's brands out there that aren't super duper expensive. I use the Nemo, and I can't remember, it's the Nemo something. I can't remember the name of it. But that's the one that I use during the wintertime. I've had that in probably, I want to say, I put a liner in it, and I was in under my tarp, and I was on a sheet, or a ground sheet, and it was like 10 degrees. And I didn't sleep very well that night, but I did sleep, and I didn't die, obviously. So, where are we at here? But yeah, those things, like I was talking about earlier, my Bob has, I'm thinking of converting to an actual lightweight tent, a lightweight 2-man tent, and it's about the same weight, if not lighter, than the tarp, the 12 by 12 tarp that I'm using right now. So, yeah, that's a very good possibility. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about water. Every single, I'm not joking, every single bug out bag video I've ever seen on YouTube never talks about water. They talk about water filtration, They don't talk about carrying water. You never see bottles of water or a water additive to make it actually better for you. They actually make those things. It's always about the water filtration. And that's great, but it's a bug out bag. You have to start someplace. Why don't you have, a couple of pints of water at the minimum? You can get 20 of the or 30 of the bottles at Walmart for like $3.84. I don't know why you don't have a couple bottles of water. In the article, it talks about 1 gallon of drinking water per person per day. That is the minimum, but if you can get 2 gallons per person per day, that's even better. A water filtration device we just talked about. They talk about the Life Straw or the Sawyer. Never buy a Sawyer Mini. That's my advice. Sawyer Minis are pieces of junk. The regular Sawyers are great because the problem with the Sawyer Mini is that it clogs too easily. What do we got going on here? Nothing. Italy, France, no big deal. Okay. Water containers. That's part of the 5 C's. So I always recommend that you have no less than one sealable metal, single-walled, either aluminum or stainless steel water bottle. That's one of the 5 C's. Or container, as it's called. And the reason you want that is so that you can stick your metal water bottle in a fire and boil it for 5 minutes and drink the water that you found. You can also use that to boil water and pour that hot water into the way overpriced dehydrated / freeze-dried meals that you bought at Walmart. So, yeah. What do we got here? And then water purification tablets. I carry water purification tablets. I do use the old school iodine tablets, and the reason I do is because they're about 1/3 of the price of the modern Aqua tabs. And they work just fine. Been in many, many jungles and had to drink red water without the stabilizer. And it tastes like iodine, but it does work. What do we got here? Let's look at the chat real quick. Single wall container, always in bag. Yes, Irish Prepper. Perfect. Where are we at here? Portable, collapsible cooking stove. Yeah, we haven't got that far, but yes. As long as it does what you want it to do, definitely yes. I'm not an advocate of the cooking stoves. I actually do have one of the little gas stoves, but that's kind of like a comfort item. It's like if you wanted to make something hot, boil some hot water, and you didn't want to give away your position by making a big fire, and you just wanted to be done with it like first thing in the morning. Yeah, it's great, but that can's only going to last so long. But it's still a good item to have. They come in a net that you can hang from your bug out bag. I don't know what you're talking about, Shannon. Portable. Are you talking about the stoves? I got you. There's 100 ways to skin that cat. There really is. I do keep like I said, I do keep a little gas stove. It's the liquid alcohol, I think, or butane. And the stove itself weighs like 50 ounces. It's nothing. It's so minute in weight. But the fuel does run out, obviously. But that's like I said, that's only for like when I just want to cook something real quick. It's those things are only designed to heat water. If you didn't know that, people are like, I'm going to put a pan on that. Yeah, you ever try to cook bacon in a stove like that? It burns the hell out of your bacon. You're not really cooking anything very good on that thing other than water or hot chocolate or some shit like that. But it's still a tool, and that's why I carry it. And then the other thing that I carry is a fire. I'm trying to remember the actual name for it. I bought it off a bushcraft survival website. It's basically a steel rod that you stick in the ground, and then there's a cooking surface that uses friction to stay on the rod, and then you just position that over the fire, and you can like cook steaks or whatever on top of it, And it's really super lightweight. And then if all else fails, you can just throw whatever you need to in the fire and cook it that way. That, believe it or not, that still works. Some of the best steaks I've ever had in my life were cooked on top of coals. Let's see. Back in 1957, Boy Scout manual with modern stuff. Okay. I always carry 2 quarts. Good. Thus Cantina. I don't know what that... Okay, follow the host. Bleach and dropper to help clean the water and learn how to catch your own water. Yeah, I mean, that's... Okay, so that's one way of doing it. That's really, really old school. But you definitely need... I guess you need to make sure you don't ever, like, break that bleach dropper. You know what I'm saying? Because that means it's going to be in a closed container with the bleach in it, and likely that's going to be glass. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's one way of doing it. Yeah. You just have to kind of learn your water because, I mean, it's, yeah. I would just rather use the tablets because they're readily available. They're not that expensive. They have a very long shelf life. And bleach, if you're using bleach, well, did you know that bleach loses its strength over time? So if you're doing that long term, you might want to rethink it. Where are we at here? I love skinning cats. Perfect Sky. I've eaten cat before. It's not good. Where are we at here? Thought I was the only one. Coleman camp stove and lantern. Yeah, I mean, that's great if you got a car to carry it around in. But you know, it's like my Jeep, I actually have my Jeep set up to like I could sleep inside of it if I want to. I've built like a bed for it, but there's drawbacks to it that I still need to work on. I'll probably take care of them this spring. But that just means I can carry more stuff. You know, but it is what it is. So Coleman stove and lantern. You're living high on the hog there. Bleach tablets versus liquid. We have both. A bleach tablet. I've never heard of a bleach tablet before. Is there a brand name on that, BK? Bug out with yourself and what's available. Okay. I just tell people, you know, honestly, I think, you know, it's so we're getting close to the autumn and the beginning of spring are the best times to go camping. The ticks aren't out that bad. It's not that hot. The weather is reasonable. That's the best time to test your gear out. So that gives you a chance once every 6 months to get your trash together and go test your gear out. You know? Most people just call it camping. And it could be car camping. It could be whatever you want it to be. It could be wherever you want it to be. But the key thing is just to do it. So I like to go out no less than once every 6 months with all my shit and just stay out there for 2 or 3 days. You know what I'm saying? The bug out bag is only supposed to go for 3 days, guys. Anything beyond that is it's no longer a bug out bag. And I don't even have a bug out bag. I have a get home bag because I don't plan on being out for more than 3 days. So what do we got here? Let me look. BK is looking for those. Cool. What do we got here? Live stream. Woohoo! We got 2 people in the YouTube live stream. It's awesome. It's so awesome. What do we got here? Okay, so we talked about the water. Here we go. Food and cooking. This should be interesting. During a disaster survival scenario. Okay, so everybody's throwing their fancy words. I call them crisis events. Because regardless of what it is, unless it's a meteor about to destroy us or a tsunami about to drown us all, it's just a crisis event. It could be bad weather. It could be a power outage. It could be anything. It's just a crisis event. It says you'll need calories for fuel to keep getting work done. That and food, especially hot, good food, is a huge moral booster during rough times. You know, I always find it interesting that people believe that they're going to need to eat more food in a crisis situation. And here's why. The logic is that you're going to be doing more physical labor, which means you need more calories, which means you need to eat more food or just more calories, or however you want to look at it. And if you've been preparing, then you know that you're only going to eat the food that you normally eat. I mean, did anybody like wake up one Saturday morning and go, I'm really going to go do a lot of work today, so I need to carb load? No, they sat down and they ate the breakfast that they normally eat. So I'm not a real fan of that logic. The math does line up, but I'm just not a real fan of that logic. The reality is in an extended crisis event, we're all going to get a little skinny. It's just that easy. What do we got here? Non-perishable calorie-dense foodstuffs. Staples like flour, honey, rice, beans, and pasta. Yeah, okay, whatever. You know, it's like, how can you find a prepper? Look for the beans and rice. Canned and vacuum sealed food like meats, soups, veggies, and so on. Okay, these are the things that we eat all the time. They come in prepackaged for us. We can just put them on the shelf. MREs are good, long-lasting option, but expensive and cause serious constipation. That's very true. That's very true. Don't forget your can opener. No, the correct thing to say is don't forget a high quality or good quality can opener. People like to buy those little $1 thingies, and they last for about 6 or 7 cans, and then you have to fight with them. Go out and buy yourself a hand can opener that looks like Martha Stewart herself would be happy to use. It's going to help you out in the future. You might even want to look at one of those can openers that is designed to open the can on the side versus the top of the lid, because there's other uses of the can if you open it like that. Yes, I know you can turn a can opener sideways and do it the same way, but these are actually designed to do it that way, and they do a much better job. And they're actually lighter, too. Drink mixes and electrolyte replacement powders for fast energy and variety. Yeah, I use this. Oh man, I can't remember the name of it. It's basically it enhances the water that you're drinking and rehydrates you 3 times as fast. It's not Gatorade. It's a different company. I wish I had a link for it, but I just don't have it right now. But yeah, you just pour this into a bottle of water. It's a powder, like a drink mix. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. And the reason I know it works is because it's super good for hangovers. Who's in the chat here? Okay, it's called Amaze Ultra Concentrated Bleach Tablets. Damn, I'm going to have to look that up. Amaze. Okay, $6.95 at Walmart. Why do they have different... You got me wondering about this. See, the problem is people get tablets for laundry and home cleaning. Yeah, this sounds like something we'd have to be kind of careful with, because once they start to put the scents inside of the bleaches, then they're useless to us. I mean, you can use them to like clean with, but you wouldn't be able to consume the water safely consume the water that had any type of aromatics added to it. So that one was blue, and then this other one is green. See, that was meadow, so it's got its little scent in there. Let's see that blue one again. Original. I would say that's probably it. That's probably the one you're actually using, is just the original one. But yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. And then I wonder, I wonder what the chemical breakdown is for that, because that just seems... I don't know, man. That would be kind of scary. Okay, so I guess the real question, BK, is have you used these before, and have you drank the water, and did it upset your stomach? Absolutely rotate your supplies often and make sure your stuff is up to date. Yep, peanut butter fills my belly and warms my soul. Just saying. Yeah, listen, I know what dirty hiker trash is. I know these things, and you know what? Once you've seen a hiker make a burrito from a tortilla, peanut butter, and gummy bears, you know anything's possible. True words have never been spoken. Yeah, I know, man. It's guaranteed that the MR. It's, you know, those things are designed to make you take a dump every 3 days, right? That's what they're actually designed to do. Not a joke. Let's see. Sent likes to the host. Yes, Propel. That's it. That's it. No, wait a minute. God damn it. You got me. Now I'm going to have to look for it. Water. I'm not sure if it's Propel. I'd have to look. No, it's not. It's called Liquid IV. Where are we at here? Yeah, it's called Liquid IV. Hydration Multiplier. And it's $24 for, on their own website, it's $24 for, I can't see how many packets are inside of it. But it's basically comes out to $1.53 per individual, like little pour in your bottle thingy. It's called Liquid IV, and IV is ... So liquid I.V. I'm sorry, liquid I.V. And there are 16 little containers inside of it. But yeah, I use the hell out of it. You would think I would know the name of it. Where are we at here? Drink mixes, basic dining utensils. Yeah, I cannot emphasize enough. You know, if I give you a little piece of advice on each one of these things, I feel like I did my job. But people make these huge mistakes. So if you're in the hiker community, everything that is titanium. Why? Because it's super light and hard to damage. And it makes sense. And it is more expensive. It truly is more expensive. But the cooking... the cooking pots or utensils that are made by craftsmen, they work very well. But I guess the key thing is that ounces matter. And when you add up all the ounces that you're carrying, things can get really heavy and uncomfortable. And what I'm leading up to is people or hikers love the titanium spoons or sporks. And that's great. That's absolutely great. But you can still buy a hiker's spoon from the camping section at Walmart for $1. Let that one sink in. But here's the thing. My recommendation is to always get the extended spoon / spork, like one that's like this long. Because if you're eating out of one of those little bags, you don't want to stick your hand in the bag. That's the problem with the smaller utensils. Always get the extended one. No matter what you do, just get the extended one. All right, what do we got here? We're going to work on light. Let me look at the chat real quick. Not for water drinking, just cleaning thus far. I got you. I think it's a great idea. What was the matter of fact? I need to look at $6.95. That's pretty awesome. Have you tried to use them in your laundry? I mean, do they like work like regular bleach, or do they leave anything inside the laundry? I mean, listen, that's one of the things I do. I do my laundry. You know, I do it once a week, and that's it. You know, I don't need anybody to do my laundry for me. But I'm always looking for a hack. And if there are 32 tablets in there and I only have to throw one tablet in there, I ain't got to pour no bleach or anything. And frankly, my brain is telling me that these tablets, as long as I keep them dry, are going to maintain the potency of the bleach longer than liquid bleach. Half a tab in a large lid, no residue or clothes staining. That's freaking awesome, BK. Yeah, you just helped me out. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send this link. Copy. I'm gonna have to send this link to my. Let me create a off-screen page so you don't see my email stuff. I don't need that one. I need that one. I am sending myself an email right now. And I'm going to do some research on that and find out if the juice is worth the squeeze. You know, I think in an SHTF situation, it may be. It may be something to have in our bug out bags too. Just, you know, for sanitation. You know, for long-term sanitation. All right, let me go ahead and close that, and let's go ahead and get back to our web page here. Load. Oh no, I caught you, BK. I was tracking. I was reading between the lines. There's no grammar police here. You're always giving me ideas. Glad to give you one. No problem, BK. Let's see here. OPI have used them in my last marathon. They work great. Pedialyte. Yeah, hey, Pedialyte's not a bad idea either. Now, the only problem, and I was thinking about this the other day too, because I actually keep one small bottle of Gatorade inside my bug out bag. And I do that because, you know, it's almost like almost like it's tiered, where like what you need instantly, what you need now, what you need later. You know what I'm saying? And if I have to bug out and I'm on foot, I'm going to instantly need to be able to rehydrate myself. I'm not going to have time to, you know, and I wanted to have as much oomph and electrolytes. I want to keep going as long as I can. So I always do that. Now, with that said, at what point is it too much? At what point is it too much weight? And then that's when the powdered mixes start to come in. You see what I'm saying? It's a tiered process where I'm going from I can do this immediately to, okay, I can do this in a short period of time to this takes more time to prepare and do. And then now you have to balance the whole weight continuum of having what you need versus having what you can carry. So Pedialyte is awesome. I think that's a good long-term prep, but that's also because that's in liquid form. We have to look at the expiration dates on that too, because I'm not exactly sure if it's a best buy or it's an expiration, or I don't know how long Pedialyte lasts. Oh, excuse me. My oh, yeah, I'm definitely back in North Carolina. Gotta love the allergies. That's right, I can take my mic off. Woo-hoo. And it's back. Or not. Or yeah, there it is. Okay, so yeah, Pedialyte's a good idea. Those long spoons are great because you can also stir what you're cooking them with. Yes, that's why I always recommend that you get the titanium spoons. Also, titanium doesn't transmit heat as quickly as steel does. Let's see here. Perry-style prices have gone through the roof for the box of individual packs. Okay, I got you. Pedialyte lasts for more than 6 months, maybe more unopened. Yeah, you know, I think it'd probably be something like just look at it and shake it, and if it looks cloudy, then you probably don't want anything to do with it. Did the stream freeze, guys? Because I'm looking at my stream up on the big screen, and the chat is working, but the stream is kind of not working. I guess I'll just refresh that, and that'll probably take care of that problem. Let's hit the old refresh button. There it is. Okay. I'm back. Yeah, you're good. Thank you. Seems like it. Yeah. I honestly think it's probably just I have so many different things going on between the different news feeds, and I'm transmitting here and I'm transmitting there, and it's probably just getting locked up on my side. But the chat was working, so I'm happy with it. What do we got here? Okay, so then we start talking about light. And in their categories, they're talking about flashlights, headlamps, lanterns, batteries, and chem lights. Agree with all of them. I agree with all of them. My caveats are actually pretty simple. People treat flashlights the same way they treat pocket knives and what was the other thing I was going to say? They like to spend money that they don't need to spend in the whole name of quality. And we've come technologically far enough that the products that we're buying, that we can buy now, will last for a good period of time. A flashlight isn't something like a firearm that has to work every single time. It just needs to be functional. It needs to be not easily broken. It needs to be as lightweight as possible. And, you know, I hate to tell you this, but you could still buy a $1 flashlight at Walmart that's made of rubberized plastic that has 3 batteries in it and 3 LEDs, and it will work every single time until it doesn't, and then you throw it away and get another one. I have these things all over the damn house. I've had them for years. That's just the way it is. I do have a metal one that I carry one as part of my EDC that I'm not super happy with, but yeah. I have headlamps, you know. If you want to buy a more expensive rechargeable one, I recommend that you do it. But you know, I mean, to each their own, because it all comes down to how much money you want to spend on it. You can buy a $1 headlamp at Walmart that will work very well. And there's some newer ones out there that use flat LEDs that are super bright that you can get for $3 or $4. But you know, if you want to pay $65 for a headlamp, that's on you. Lanterns, yeah. Battery powered or they say alcohol or gas powered. I like oil lamps. I like the old rail worker oil lamps. You can still buy them. Hell, I know a place down in Virginia where I can buy the oil and the lamp in a kit. And they're super cool. Obviously, batteries. I'm a big fan of rechargeable batteries. In the end, if you can find a power source to recharge your batteries, then you can keep using them. If not, it doesn't matter if they're rechargeable or not. So why not use rechargeable batteries? Let's see here. Chem lights, yes. Chem lights last forever. If you didn't know that, they have expiration dates on them. Doesn't matter. As long as that glass ampule has not been broken and that outer plastic shell has not been punctured, that chem light will work. I used a chem light last week that was almost 20 years old. It worked just fine. It's a 12-hour light too, the expensive ones, and it worked just fine. So yeah, get your hands on some chem lights. Believe it or not, you can get chem lights from the Dollar Tree in the party section. And they don't last very long, but in a pinch, they'll work. And you get you get I think it's like 3 of them in the pack. So 2 or 3 in the pack for $1.25. So it's something to think about. Let's see. What do we get in the chat here? A working Dollar Tree flashlight that is better than a $100 one with dead batteries. Absolutely true. We give all our kids pocket-sized Maglite flashlights for Christmas. Cheap and lightweight. Yes. And Maglites, if it's a real Maglite, that's a good flashlight. Let's see. You are good. Oh, I thank you. You know, every so often we do play Stump the Prepper, and I've only been stumped one time. Let's see here. My favorite is the baseball hat clip-on lights, LED lights that are super bright. You know, I haven't seen those. Honestly, they seem a little cheesy to me because I don't know why. I honestly can't tell you why. But I mean, it's a good idea. But then what do you do with it when it's not clipped to your, when it's not clipped to the bill of your hat? What do you do with it? You put it in your pocket, or I don't know. I mean, I've seen those hats that like have the LED lights right in the bill, like 3 LED lights and like a squeeze button in the bill. And I think that's okay. But the problem is I'm really finicky about my hats. I'm very particular to my hats. So I don't know. I don't know that I would want to do that, you know. Let's see here. Ken's, I'm going to answer your question in a second. I have the answer to your question. And where are we at here? I bought a 2-pack of rechargeable 180-degree light-up zone headlamps for $20 shipped on Amazon. Are those the glitched? Is it? Am I saying that right? Glitched out. Is that the one that's like a band, and it's the flat LED band that goes on your forehead? And if so, how did they work out for you? Walmart, $1 each. Use them to take care of chickens in the winter. Exactly, BK. I buy those things. It's like $1. It's like a prep item. Just buy your 6 cans and go to and get them. You know, you can still. They're on the bottom row. They don't like put the high priced items down there. But where are we at here? They just clip on and off. I keep them in my coat pocket when not in use. Got you, BK. I bought a 3-pack of LED as seen on TV flashlights from Family Dollar, and they work great. Dynamite beer can Rusty. And now I'm going to get back to Ken's. So they aren't spotlights, more like room lights. I love them. Okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes you can have too much light. It's situational. But so here's the thing. I want to answer Ken's question. What's the best solar generator? So in my opinion, let me see if I can find it. Oh, man. So the industry standard, damn it. What is the name? How did I get to that? How did I get to that page? No. Okay, let's see here. Goal Zero makes some good stuff. All right, so Jackery is the industry standard. If you buy Jackery, it's going to work. No questions asked. They have an awesome guarantee. You can buy it in different sizes to do whatever you want to do. But you're basically looking at about $1,000 for a Jackery 1000, which is the number 2 size. The number 3 size is the 1500. You can plug pretty much anything into it, and then you need the solar panels that come with it to be like 100% solar, 100% self-sufficient. But there's another company out there that I'm looking for right now that I was like, oh, you know what? That's in the Patreon. Yeah, see, if you were a member of the Patreon, you'd know this already. And why aren't you a member of the Patreon? Why aren't you all members of the Patreon? I keep giving you all. I know why, because you're getting all this information for free right now, right? Let me get that link out of the Patreon real quick. That's right. I'm going to give you some free information. But, yeah, seriously. It's all about the saving the money. And where's it at? Good morning. Grid down. Let's see here. That's right. I sent a good morning video. Every work day, my Patreons get a good morning video from me. Kids, superfoods. We all knew it. Come on now. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? How to simply survive. I just posted this like a couple days ago. There we go. Not your normal solar generator. View. Let's see here. That is not it. That's the one the guy made. There it is. Jackery is not the best anymore. Blue Eddy and EcoFlow are the leaders now. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And I don't believe you because I found something even better, okay? So there's a company out there called Pecron, okay? This guy did this video, and he really sold me. I was like, oh, my God. So you have the Pecron 1000W, right? And he did a side-by-side test, and it blew Jackery out of the water. And it's $300 cheaper than a Jackery 1000. Yeah. So Pecron, P-E-C-R-O-N, Pecron 1000W. And I'm not in that chat, so I can't do that. And good to see you, RC. Pecrons are weird, but they are great for the price. Oh, hey, listen. You really ought to find the video. Let me bring the name of the video up for you. Where are we at here? Just type in Pecron E1000, and it's better and cheaper than the Jackery 1000. It was just mind-blowing. The guy did a side-by-side and showed where it just destroyed for the price. It's $200 to $300 cheaper than a Jackery 1000, and it outperformed the Jackery. Yeah, no problem, Kens. I know solar generators pretty well. That's good. They have weird charging. In what way? How do they charge weird? You hook a solar panel to them and then you charge, right? I have a Montex X1000 instead of any of them. It is ruggedized. Gotcha. Montex X1000. I'll look that one up right now, man. Montex X1000. Price. Let's do that first. I typed that wrong. Waterproof portable battery station. Oh, that's cool. It's kind of neat. Yeah, but you know what? It looks limited already. It's got so many connections on it that are useless. That's the problem that I have with some of these. It's $1,200. Ugh. We ain't got no time for that. Ain't no one got no time for that. Okay. We're just going to call it a good deal. Nope, I did not want to see that. Let's go back to our article. There we go. All right, so what are we talking about now? Clothing. Oh, my God. Clothing. Let's see here. A lot of people forget this. It always blows my mind. I've got to tell you guys. This. Building a bug out bag is almost exactly the same as building a hiking backpack. Now, just let that sink in for a minute. Everything in both of them has the 5 C's in it. And food, water, shelter, build a fire, clothes. Every single thing is exactly the same. So why aren't we actually doing that then? And some hiking gear can be expensive, but there's companies out there that make hiking gear that's not inexpensive. 99% of the time, it's all about weight. So why aren't we doing that then? Why are we, when somebody says bug out bag, they instantly think, an Alice Ruck, something that has 511 on it, or Extreme Outfitters, or, it's green 500 denier, nylon that's heavy as shit. Why do we do that? It's mind blowing. People who actually go into the woods, like, I'm losing my mind here. I guess I'm getting tired. Or the coffee's getting me, which is possible. Through hikers. Basically a through hiker is somebody who hikes in the entire trail, like the Appalachian Trail. It takes 6 months for a through hiker to complete. They go and they do this. They live in the woods for 6 months on end. Yeah, they pop out here and there for supplies and whatever, but their gear is durable enough to do that. But we have to, get the heaviest possible pack we can find, So I guess I just needed to get that out there, because sometimes I think that people forget about what they're really doing, when they break it down to the baser things, If we built a bug out bag like some people wanted, we would all look like we're glamping. Yes. Oklahoman House. Hey, BBM McLemore? I can't even say that, dude. I'm gonna call you BB. Welcome to the stream. We're also simulcasting on YouTube. Let's see here. So, yeah. So quick story. When I used to be one of those guys. I used to be like I'd watch all the videos, the preppers videos, bug out bags, bug out bag 2021. What did I learn? And 2022, the new stuff, and it was all about this shit. And it's like, so wait a minute. You're telling me that you're using a new stove because you can't tell me. It's better. In what way? Does it make fire? Does it cook? Does it last any longer? Oh, no, not really. It's just this newest thing. So I'm like, okay. My dad's name is Bullet. Okay, bro. Okay. I'm going to call you BB. Anyway, so, or it's like military standard. It's like, do you not know that the military, everything built in the military goes to the lowest bidder? Do you not know this? But anyway, I digress. Clothing. It should be seasonal. It should be something that you can rotate out. It should be something that's reasonably durable. And it should keep you warm or cool. Or, like I said, it's seasonal. And it should be enough. It should not be too much. Now, to get to the story that Beer Can was reminding me of. So I'm watching this guy, right? And and it was honestly right then and there I kind of had like a little bit of an epiphany, because sometimes I'm a little naive about certain things. And I'm watching this video, and he's like holding up his 511 bug out bag, and it's just it's the typical thing. It's it's about 22 inches tall. It's about 8 to 10 inches wide. It's got the big pocket on the bottom and the little pocket on top of that on the front, and the big zipper that goes across the top. I mean, we've all seen these 511 bags. You know what I'm saying? And then he says, "This is what's in them. This is what's in it." And so he starts pulling these products. He's not pulling the products from the bag. He's already set the bag down, or he's done a cutscene or something. And he starts pulling these products into scene and talking about how much he likes this particular thing and that particular thing. And I'm like, wait a minute. So I rewind the video, and I'm like watching him show me all these things that he says are in his new bug out bag. And I'm like, this is bullshit. This guy is full of crap. And that's when I noticed every single thing that was in his bug out bag, he had an Amazon link to. And oh yeah, he was making a little bit of money off of it. So I sent him a message, and I was like, hey dude, can you do me a favor and put all that stuff in a bag and then show us you taking it all out? He never replied. So you're absolutely right. If we put everything in our bags that people say we're supposed to, you would literally you'd be clamping, and honestly, it would be heavy as hell. I've carried some weight in my life. I know a few things about this. those that they have to keep up with the Joneses. I mean, listen. If you know anything about me, yes, I do. I do want to make money off the internet. I do want you to join my Patreon. I want you to give me so much money a month, and in return, I'm going to continue to be this guy and give you all the advice I can possibly give you, and probably a few other things. You should probably check it out. There is a link in the description or on my profile. But that's not something that I'm going to press on to you, and I'm definitely not going to be trying to get you to go to Amazon for 50 freaking things that are supposedly in this little bitty bag. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. So, getting back on point, one of the things that they talk about, it's literally the clothing in your bag is all about protecting your body, is what it really always is too. They talk about a set of sturdy boots or trail shoes. Well, I mean, that's the truth right there. I mean, a lot of people, so who's got, if you got a bug out bag in your car right now, which is really probably more of a get home bag, like get home from work to the house boot, and who's got proper walking shoes, or the shoes that they would expect to need seasonally, of course, sitting right next to that bag? Go ahead in the chat right now and tell me right now, yes or no, if you do. Let's probably check that music. Oh, it's still good. Oh, no one wants to tell me? Either that or we're on a delay, which is possible. So, no. All right. Amanda. Yeah. Amanda, you should probably have. No. You see what I'm saying? People don't think about it. People don't think about it. I have currently, and I bought hiking boots, and I'm breaking them in. Okay. That's great. So then you'd be wearing them all the time. Tactical hikers next to the bag. Good to go, Irish. Good to go. So basically 1 in 4. So 25%. 75%, no. Ooh. Walking sneakers in Jeep. How many pairs of shoes you plan on wearing, Irish Prepper? My point, I think you guys should be picking up on my point. My point is that that's something that should be with your bug out bag. Whether it's sneakers, whether it's hiking boots, whether it's seasonal. You know what I'm saying? It depends on what you have. Currently, I normally have lightweight hikers because that's what I normally wear. But I also have a set of waterproof hiking boots that they're lightweight in the same brand, and they're actually half a size larger than I wear because it's wintertime, and I use insulated socks during the wintertime for my bug out bag. So those are little things to think about, I lost connection. Well, that sucks. But where are we at here? So Amanda, we were talking about if you have walking or hiking shoes with your bug out bag in your car. I wear my hiking/work boots for everything. I don't wear tennis shoes. Gotcha, beer can. Terrain changes as you go. Walking sneakers in Jeep. Yeah, I got you. I mean, that makes sense. It makes sense. But at a certain point, it's like, how much stuff do you have in your Jeep? You know what I'm saying? And I don't carry everything with me in my Jeep. I do carry a lot of stuff, but I don't carry everything with me. I have snow boots, muck boots, and tennis shoes in the trunk. Well, you're all set, BK. You're pretty much ready to go. I mean, muck boots? Yeah, you're good to go. You're ready for any kind of shit that gets thrown at you, huh? Too much in there, but my daughter wears the same size. That's convenient. That's truly convenient. Okay, what do we got? Warm weather clothing, cold weather clothing, socks and underwear. Says lots of each. Honestly, even in endurance hiking, I only carry one extra set of socks with me. And the reason is because you can wash them, you can dry them in your armpits. It's just, It's just something extra for you to be carrying around. Underwear, that's on you. Bandanas, yeah, it's a good multi-tool, but I don't have more than two. And I don't have more than two because we don't spend every day picking things up with bandanas. Sunglasses, yes, definitely some sunglasses. Yes, they can be the Dollar Tree sunglasses or the Walmart, $10, whatever it is. They don't have to be, $100 Oakleys. Gloves, based off of what your situation is, I always keep a set of lightweight work gloves. And during the winter, I keep a set of winter gloves. Not like cold, puffy hand gloves, but I have winter gloves that the hot fingers, as they're called. But I like to maintain my dexterity. I wear flip-flops in the snow. Thorn, shut up. I like money. All right, communications. There's a nice little picture here if you're on the YouTube page. Communications. So crank power, no emergency radio. I think everybody should have one of those. They're so easy to get off of Amazon. You could probably pick them up at Walmart. I think Tractor Supply has them. I mean, that tool, I can't remember, Harbor Freight. I mean, it's like everybody sells these things. There's really no reason not to have the damn things plugged in and charging all the time, I have one in every property, and I even have one inside of my frickin' Faraday cage. A spare cell phone. Yeah, there's no reason not to have a spare cell phone, and here's why. So let's see here. Let's see. I gotta, this is still plugged in. We upgrade our cell phones, and sometimes we don't turn them in, and now we have these cell phones sitting around all over the place. The biggest mistake you can do is to throw these things into a drawer and forget about them, because once their battery is 100% discharged, even the lithium ions will die if they're 100% discharged and just sit there. So I always just keep them on. The 911 feature works on these things. It's the law. And then if it's a smartphone, then you can run all sorts of frickin' apps. You can hit Wi-Fi. Google. So if you didn't know this, hopefully you did, but if you if you hook to a Wi-Fi with a smartphone that does not have cellular connection, okay, you can still log into your Google email. You can still use the stores to buy apps or get free apps based off of your account. You can still download those on there. And the magical thing with Google Maps, and there's a couple others too that you can do the same thing to, but with Google Maps specifically, is you can download maps onto your phone to use offline. Now, a lot of people think that there's like this super duper GPS receiver in modern smartphones, and there is one, but it's not the traditional GPS receiver. The maps work by triangulating your position and tracking you between cell towers. So it's still talking to a cell tower, it's just not allowing you to make a phone call. Let's look at this logically. If the cell phone is functional and you can make a 911 call, then it is talking to the cell tower. So you can do everything you can do on a smartphone with the exception to make a phone call or hit the internet, which means you can download maps from Google Maps, and you can use it to navigate. Ta-da! You can also use it with other map features or other map apps to do the same exact thing that are not Google Earth. So yeah, a spare cell phone, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. That, and I've got another. I do have my cell phone that like one person on the planet has the number to. It's a little flip phone. They're awesome. All right, what do we got here? I like money. I can believe you like money. We should hang out. I know, right? I like money. 2 cell phones on different carriers, a battery-powered shortwave radio. Great logical thinking. Thank you, RC. Where are we at here? Hand and toe warmer packs and an extra pair of wool socks. Yes, definitely. Yeah, I always get my wool socks from REI. And there's a brand, and I can't remember the name of it, that they sell. You can buy them offline. You can buy them on Amazon. But wool, modern wool is not like the original wool. Modern wool is so much better, and it's comfortable, and it does not itch. And it's actually good for your feet. But what was I just talking about here? We're talking about socks. We're at hiking boots and everything. I don't wear tennis shoes. Oh yeah. So one of the things that a lot of people don't know, well, I wouldn't say a lot of people don't know because it's actually situational. As when the last time I went winter camping, and I ended up spending, it was like 10 degrees all night long in my little 20-degree bag with a liner. When you get up and you start moving around, the tops of your feet, it's where people feel cold in their feet the most. That space on the top of your feet, right where your toes meet, where your toes connect to your foot muscle, your foot meat, basically. You know what I'm saying? So if this is a foot, this area right here is where we feel the cold the most. So what you can actually do is you can actually buy the small hand warmers. You can pick them up pretty much anywhere for almost nothing. You could take those small hand warmers, and it's a little trick that I discovered. I put them in my shoes on top of my feet, 2 hand warmers, and I put them right there. Oh my God, such a life changer because it keeps the blood flow that's going into your capillaries very warm, and thus your foot stays warm. Pretty awesome. It lasted for hours. All right, that'll be $60. Thank you. No. You couldn't afford me anyway. That's why I have the $3 Patreon. Gotta love it, man. Okay, what do we got here? Phone chargers, definite must. Walkie-talkies. I'm going to go ahead and say handheld ham radios because if you know anything about FRS, they're almost useless. CB radio is the hidden secret. CB radios can go a long way and talk to a lot of people, and not a lot of people are using them these days. Yeah, that's the drawback. Not a lot of people are using them these days. But you can hit that Channel 9. I think it's Channel 9. It's been some years now. Yeah, you can hear emergency broadcasts. So, let's see here. What do we got here? Where are we at? Beer Can says, I work from home, so I'm more like you. I prepare to get back home, not run away from it. Gotcha. Yeah, exactly. Holy shit, I'm at 4,600 likes. Thank you. Let's see if we can get to 5,000. I'm sorry, that's the Marine in me. It's like, good job, work harder. Let's see here. And, there's a lot to be said, too. I'm not ignoring you, Beer Can. I'm just going through a lot of things right here. It holds all my music. There's a lot to be said for stuff like that because that's like a convenience item. It's like a comfort item that you could just take with you anywhere. I mean, everybody likes a little bit of music, and if you have it on on a cell phone that's you don't use, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, basically it's like a little iPod that can do so much more. Let's see here. Hold on. Do you have a license for CB? You don't need a license for a CB, Pee-wee. Pew Pew Girl. There we go. I'm sorry, not Pee-wee. Pew Pew Girl. I love it. You don't need a license for a CB. You just have to be nice. Let's see here. You do need a license to use a ham radio, but you don't need a license to use a CB radio. CB stands for Citizens Band. All right, you guys got the 5,000. That's freaking awesome. That's appreciated. Let's see. 9 was emergency channel. Exactly. I only use Wi-Fi. No 911, though. Need an old phone for that. Gotcha. Okay, so let's see here. I'm not seeing any more comments. And and calm and I've hit it before, but have a plan, have a communications plan. You know what I'm saying? I tell people I have a little card that I keep with me. On one side, it has all the people's phone numbers and names that are important to me, and on the other side are the frequencies for all of the emergency bands or frequencies that I'm going to use. Pop that sucker in your wallet, and you can't miss it. I know some people that actually will make a one-sided version of that and tape it with clear tape, like clear packing tape, to the back of their radio. That way they always have it. But I always tell them the only drawback to that is that you have it, but now it's almost useless to you because you literally have to be like, okay, 148.573, and you got to flip the radio over and go 148.573. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's not that difficult, but it's just a way of thinking, I guess. Let's see here. I got my general ham license last year, but still trying to figure it out. Can't find other hams. Yeah, I mean, so it's all about, at that point, Pew Pew, it's, at that point, it's all about power. You know, who's out there? What can you hear? What can you reach? And that's what it really comes down to. Have you tried looking for any of the online maps that show where everybody on the United States with a license has a ham radio license? It's out there. I want you to just Google ham radio license map, okay, and see what comes up. Because it literally will show you the address of everybody in your area that has a ham license and their call sign. Let's see here. Tools. Tools, my favorite one. What do we got here? A big framing hammer, a hacksaw, shovel, utility knife, duct tape, all-purpose spray lubricant, lighter, screwdrivers, screws, assorted, axe, pry bar, small mechanics kit with sockets and wrenches, hank of paracord, just paracord, dummy, or strong accessory cord, machetes, vice grips, nails, assorted sizes, multi-tool. Yeah, I mean, those are all good things. But you know what? Have the tools that you think you need, and then have the tools that you know you'll need. And I don't think this really pertains to bug out bags, but I think this, you know, I have two tools. In my Jeep, I carry a bag. Who is this? Lisa Montez. I'm sorry. I don't know you, Lisa Montez. I have a Craftsman mechanics ratchet set for working on the Jeep. And then I have a bag that has different size. That is not supposed to be there. Let me fix that. That was not supposed to happen. You know what? I wonder. We're gonna try and play that. That'll work. But anyway, so, and then I have a bag that is full of, you literally can buy these, some of the tools that Walmart is making and tool accessories, they are really not that bad. I mean, they're making a lot of tool bags that are very well put together. So I've got one of those, and I can't remember, it's black with a red label. It's like hard or very hard or something like that. But yeah, it's just an old-fashioned canvas tool bag that you can zip up, and it's full of screwdrivers and, you know, a small pry bar and just the dumbest little tools that you don't think about. It's a couple of axes, you know, a hammer. I mean, just the craziest things. And it's in this one little bag. It's like that big, you know, and it just gets thrown in the back of the Jeep. And then another tool that people don't really think of as a tool is any way that I'm going to be forced to interact with my vehicle or power. I actually have a portable jumping station. that has USB connectors on it. Has a stupid little flashlight. You can plug it into a lighter and charge it that way. But most of the time, about once a month, I just take it out and put it on a plug it into the wall in the house, and then the next morning I throw it back in the Jeep. And it's got a it's got an air compressor in it that actually is digital, and they're not super expensive, probably about $100, but I keep that in my Jeep right on top of the toolbox. And I don't know how many times I've used that damn thing. Everything from just, blowing up a tire because it got cold and the tire sensor's going off, all the way down to, filling up a volleyball, But a very, very useful tool. Okay, what do we got here? We got some likes. No, okay, what do we got here? No, I need to look for that. Oh, I got you. You're talking about the map. Yeah, definitely. If you were on the YouTube, I could pull that up and show it to you. It's not a big deal. But yeah, it's really easy to find. And you know what? I just hit 10 o'clock, so now hopefully everything is still working. My do not disturb kicks on at 10 o'clock, and I don't want it to do. There we go, and now it's back on. Okay. All right. Let's see here. But yeah, the basic tools, you got to have them. Knives. So, they talk about fixed blade knives and smaller pocket knives, things like that, or maybe even machete, things like that. I'm kind of particular about my knives, but not in the way that you would want, that you might think, like he's got to have this $600 knife. No, I don't. I don't follow that mindset at all. My mindset is it reasonably priced? Is it put together well? And how easy can I break it? And honestly, you guys are some of you are gonna hate me for this. There are $10 pocket knives at Walmart that are built to the exact same specifications as a Gerber pocket knife. They use the same steel. They have the same handles. They have the same screws. They have the same coatings. Everything. We've literally got to that point where a $10 knife can perform as well, or if not better, than a $60 pocket knife. Walmart is even, if you go to my YouTube page, there's actually I did an evaluation of one of a fixed blade knife that is built exactly the same as a Gerber. And most people thought that it's a Chinese knockoff, and that's exactly what it is. But it's exactly the same. It's actually performed better than the knife that it was a knockoff of, made by Gerber. It had the same steel. It had the same everything. And that one was, I think I paid $15 for it. So, will it keep its edge? Can I break it? Will it fall apart? Those are the only things that really matter, not the price. Okay, so, and then I'm not a fan of flimsy machetes. Now, if you can get your hands on a Gerber Carnivore, those things are great. They slip right into the side of your bug out bag, and they don't weigh a lot, but they're super useful. All right, what do we got here? Nothing on that side. She needs to connect to a repeater. Yeah, I mean, if she can find a repeater, Irish. What do we got here? All right, let's see here. Weapons. Let's see here. Firearms, rifles, shotguns, and handguns, ammunitions. They're saying around 250 rounds for any of the above. I mean, I think that's a reasonable number. I'm not a huge advocate of stockpiles of ammunition. I always tell people, okay, so you guys are going to love this. I always ask people, how many rounds do you think a U.S. Marine goes into battle carrying with his rifle, with his M16? And I think they have a new one now. It's made by HK. I can't remember. How many rounds do you think? Put it in the chat. How many rounds do you think a U.S. Marine carries into battle on his body? God, this thing makes me look so fat. Let's see here. 180. Don't you think ammo will be good for currency, though, when paper dollars are useless? Sign grid is down. Okay, valid question. 32. Okay, sorry, BK. I have ammo for guns that I don't even own. Have them in case I need to trade. Okay, Jay Mealy, gotcha. Okay. Okay, well, we're gonna go with. So basically, the AR platform is 30-round magazine. They go into battle with 7 magazines. So 7 times 3 is 210 rounds. That's what they go into battle with, 210 rounds. And you got people that are like, I need 5,000 rounds. And I get it. I get it. There's a myriad of reasons to have lots of bullets. I have lots and lots of bullets. The real reason, the honest answer for having lots of bullets right now is because you have to stay up to speed. You have to train with your weapon. You have to be comfortable with it. You have to know it inside and out. It has to know you. You have to become best buddies with that thing. And the only way you can do it is with ammunition. So you have to have a rotating stock. Now, whatever that number is determined by you. Okay. Now, to address a few thoughts. Okay, and I'm going to do these because they popped up in the chat. Don't you think ammo would be good for currency, though, when paper dollars are useless and the grid is down? Yes and no. Okay. Yes, because your friends might need some ammo. No, because you don't want to give ammo to somebody who can put it in a gun and use it against you. So it's a double-edged sword. Yes and no. Let's see here. And Angie Fick, thank you for answering. Where are we at here? I have ammo for guns that I don't even know. Have them in case I need to trade. It's valid. It's absolutely valid. But I would rather have... Saying that is kind of like saying I have quarters, nickels, dimes, and pennies just in case I have to give change. If you have 10,000 rounds and 5,000 of those 10,000 rounds are all different calibers that you don't use, you don't have 10,000 rounds. But you do make a logical statement. It could be used in some way as a trade, for barter, as a currency. So it's 50-50 in my view. Let's see here. Dang it, I forgot the one in the weapon. It happens. Don't worry about it. Let's see here. Takes 1,000 just to break it in. If you have to break in a weapon, Nutman with a 50 cal. That's my favorite rifle. Yeah. M82A3, bro. Gets me stiff. Anyway, let's see. If you have to break in a weapon, that's a problem, bro. That's an absolute 100% problem. Firearms should work out of the box every time. It's the reason I carry a Glock. It's the reason all of my, with the exception of 2 of my pistols, are Glocks. Because they have to work out of the box every single time. So, okay. You don't want to get me started with that one. Because I've actually done the Kimber thing, and I thought it was the greatest thing in the slice. You know, I mean, you have to do so many things to a Kimber now that it's, I don't know, well then anyway. You know, if I want to spend $1,500 on something that I have to break in, there's a problem when I can buy 3 of those that I never have to break in. Okay, so we're going to leave that. We'll leave that there. Let's see here. Knives. We've always talked about knives, but using knives as weapons is foolish unless you know how to use a knife as a weapon. Clubs. Everybody can use a club. Axes. Those are okay, but they have their own drawbacks. Pepper spray. Yeah, they're nice to have. They don't have taser on here. I love tasers, man. Tasers are awesome. They're just flat out fun. Okay, next subject, medical. You should be prepared with medical supplies, excuse me, to handle everything from trauma to minor injuries and symptoms resulting from illness. Symptoms result. Okay, I guess that's said right. All right. Minor trauma kit. Trauma isn't minor. Okay. So let's see here. Compression bandages, gauze pads, hemostatic sponges, or gauze, tourniquets, antiseptic, painkillers, antibiotics, and slings. Okay, I guess. Whatever. First aid kit. That's a boo-boo kit. That's the one I was telling you that I needed to get in my car. Prescription meds. I guess if you're going to be doing, we talked about this before. 3 months if you can get your hands on them. Prescription eyewear. Yeah, multiple sets of glasses. My girlfriend has the biggest problem with this. And then, obviously, the feminine hygiene products. There you go. Okay, so then they start to get into the bug out bag. I read... Where we got here? Oh, here we go. The ultimate prepper checklist. Anyway, we're not even going to talk about that. Okay, so let's see here. What else we got? Yep, antibiotics. And I haven't had a chance to review it myself, but I would definitely check out Canadian Prepper in a video he did in the last few days. He actually found a company that will, you can do a text interview, and then they will mail you antibiotics. But he basically blanked it out. Basically, he's like, hey, I can do this now, but I can't talk about it, so just look at the link. Look for that video on YouTube, and I think that should solve that problem. And then there's always the fish antibiotics, too. They do work. They literally are the same thing. You just have to change the dosage. A doctor will easily confirm that. Let's go ahead and refresh that page. It's timing out next, stupid. A doctor will easily confirm. Yeah, the latency's pretty good. I have a Harbor Freight jump box like that. Not bad, but heavy lead acid battery and charges very slowly. Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure about the battery that's in it. It does have some weight, so I'm going to say it's lead acid. But it's small and it's sealed. I don't think I can charge it via solar, but I have seen, I do have a project that I need to work on. I need to buy, so basically they sell solar panels now that have their own charge controllers on the back of them. And you can literally just hardwire it to the old portable battery jumpers. And a lot of those have USB ports on them. So you can literally hardwire it directly to the battery and then turn it into basically a solar generator. Because a lot of the charging ports get all messed up inside of it, and people just throw them away. And I actually have one in my shed that I want to put a solar panel on just to see if I can make that work. All right. I don't think that's what I want to look at right now. Okay. Your jump box is better than mine. The jump box was my first prep bought during an 8-day power failure. I got you, bro. Yeah, I mean, it is what I honestly think it's a great device. Maybe I'll do a short video on it just so people can see what it looks like. It's definitely not something you want to carry around, but it's definitely useful. I have jumped several cars with it. I've ran USB fan all night long on it, and it only used half the battery. Yeah, it's just an awesome piece of gear to have. I almost feel like I have my own little auto shop, that I'm carrying around with me behind my seat. All right, what do we got here? Okay, so I am running out of topics, and I always like to use the last hour to talk about things that you guys want to talk about. And so far, so good. Everything's been going pretty well here. And if you could just ask some questions in the chat, and I'll be happy to answer them for you. Have you guys talked about water yet? Different ways to make it drinkable? We did a little bit. But so, I mean, generally there's three ways to do it. You can either boil it, you can put it through a purifier, or not a purifier, but a filter, like a Sawyer or a Life Straw. I don't recommend the Sawyer. Advice on the Berkey is, if you want a Berkey, get the Berkey Black 2 filter, and then just build your own Berkey, and only use one of the filters instead of 2. And the reason I'm saying that is because Berkey has sent out notices to all of its distributors saying that they're stopping production of the Berkey for the next few months because of supply chain problems. So it may be difficult to get them, and the prices may go through the roof when you do find them. And then obviously there's chemical treatments. Iodine is my favorite because I know it works every time, but there are other products to do that. And that makes it drinkable. Does that answer your question, Pew Pew Girl? I'm sorry I did that so fast, but yeah. That's why you can't stump the prepper. I'm sorry, I've been stumped one time. At all my live streams, I've been stumped one time. And only that person knows my kryptonite. Once again, this is exactly why you should be part of the membership club. Yes, it's a Patreon. And we talk about this stuff every single day. What else we got? ADIS SP. Make a good Compassy jump box. Okay. Ado S. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means, RC. Damn, David Hicks, you left and came back, or did we lose signal, or what? We got 18 people in here. Let's go. Knock a question out. Let's see if you can stump the prepper. I'm going to play some elevator music in the background. Actually, it's like... Probably need to put something else on. There we go. I know that one's legal. Ado is a brand name. I got you, bro. Ado makes a good jump backs. Gotcha. Oh my God. What is the best way to add storage on a farm I might be moving to? I guess it depends on what you mean by storage. I mean, normally my go-to answer is shelving. Good shelving, good standalone shelving. The cheaper shelving, a lot of people forget about those the shelves that you screw the metal rails to the wall, and then as long as you do, and as long as you hook it to the wall correctly, it's all based on the amount of weight that you want to put on it. You know. What is the method you use to find water underground? Right now, Joshua, the best way to do it is by going online, going to your county GIS, and finding out where all the wells are. And then they literally have interactive maps where you can find out the depth that the water is at, where those wells have hit. And then you can easily find, for instance, the property in Virginia, that water is only 10 feet from the top. From the top of the crust of the earth, the soil, the top, where we stand and walk, the ground. It's only 10 feet. Now, that well is 30 feet just to make sure, but it's only 10 feet, and you can do that with a hammer and the appropriate welling equipment that you can buy on Amazon. Now, if you drive, 7 miles to the east of where I am, those wells are at 90 feet. So I know that because I went to my county GIS website and I found out if I wanted to put a well in, how deep would I have to go? Because I want to put a secondary well on the property, just because the way the wells are used there, are made there, or should I say the way the wells are installed, they're all underground. They just have this little cap that pops up at the top, and lots of people put like a tire around it so nobody runs it over. Everything is underground, which is great because it's a cold weather well. Yeah, if you just drove the pipe 10 feet down some other place and put a hand well on it, then you're good to go. Without technology, if you're out in the woods, honestly, I wouldn't. I think Joshua's just trying to stump me. I wouldn't look to try and make a well anywhere. I would look for a water source. Trying to find a well if I'm just out in the woods by myself. Well, yeah, I'm not going to be looking for a place to dig a well. I'm going to find a place where there's water. Let's see. What is your take on canning and vacuum sealing food for long-term storage? I think my take on them, do it. They're making some technology now. I know a lot of people now are doing the vacuum sealed cans, like canning. You can buy these connectors that go to a vacuum sealer that you would normally use to vacuum seal a bag, and that would vacuum seal a can. And I think that's an awesome idea, because you could literally probably anything that's going to be that could possibly go bad. Basically anything with oils in it, dry goods with oils is what I'm saying, like nuts, brown rice, things like that. I recommend the dry canning, vacuum sealed dry canning, because you can actually see if something has gone bad. You know what I'm saying? And then you can reuse the container. I didn't mean that as a stumper, just seeing what you think. No, that's cool, man. I didn't get that from you at all. But no, and I'm actually going to do that because, like I said, that is one of my weaknesses. I would love to know more, because you have to really know how to can. You have to really know, build it up to pressure and then keep it at this temperature and then vent it. And there's a girl that does it on TikTok. Absolutely love her, and I can't remember her damn name. But I do follow her, and I've talked to her before, but she makes it look so easy. She makes it look incredibly easy. But the dry canning, I'm a huge fan of, and the reason is because you can reuse the jar. You can actually reuse, because the top, if you're in an SHTF situation, you could use that top again, but obviously you can use the jar over and over for whatever, right? So it's not a Mylar bag that you got to rip open, right, and just throw away. And then with the vacuum sealing process for the jar, you can actually, that's something that you could power. If you had a solar generator, you could plug that in, and you could do that over and over and over and over, and then just, recharge the solar generator and then use it to the vacuum sealer. And you just know what I'm saying? It's a cycle of sustainment that you can keep doing that same process. Hearing people say to pull out a bunch of cash due to cyber attack and grid down, rumors and thoughts. Pew Pew Girl, I am a heavy advocate of that. I only keep enough cash in the bank to pay my bills digitally. Everything else comes out and in my pocket or under my mattress. And Glock provides as much security as I want it to. The reason is because we've moved into an economic situation where bail outs are not a thing, where bail-ins are the new thing, and banks are strategically planning for bail-ins based off of the current economic atmosphere or economic climate. So, and that they can legally do that. They can legally, once you put your money in their bank, it's their money. And the deal is if you let us use your money to invest with, then we will give you a little bit extra on the side. That's what they call interest. So, yeah, I take all my money out of the bank. I think it's smart. In the current economic climate, it's just smart. And I would rather have, let's say, total 100%, 72-hour SHTF situation happens, end of the world type shit, right? The zombies are coming. The money will still have value up to a certain point. But if you can't get to it because the bank has it, then you've taken that step out of the process. So I always keep cash on hand. Hopefully that answered your question. You guys are getting a lot of free advice tonight. Let's see here. I did it for years with my grandmother and just getting back into. She canned everything. Well, yeah, because she was smart. Because she had to. Because, you lived off what was in those cans. Like it was cool. My ex-wife, she used to love to can tomatoes. And I never really got into it. I never really thought about it. But I literally, how do I say this? Those canned goods made a lot of meals over a year time frame because she only canned for 1 week, canned those tomatoes 1 week during the year, and they would last all year long. So yeah, your mom was right, man. Where are we at here? I did it for years. Wide mouth jar sealer. Have on, works great. Thank you for your input. Yeah, no problem, Bear. The kit that I saw, I think Doomsday actually did a short video on it on TikTok. And the kit that he bought had a wide mouth and a standard mouth connection. But even with that said, too, I would still get on Amazon and I would still get a just a small bag of oxygen eaters. And just throw one or two in there, even though you suck the air out of it, I would still throw it. Well, if there's a vacuum, there's no air. Nah, I wouldn't worry about it. That's just me kind of going too far, Let's see here. RC, by the way, you made a video about where I currently am in New York. Oh, you're in Hamburg? Without technology, you're out of the woods. Outside stores, brother won't steal from me when I'm not here, like a shipping container. What's the message? Okay. Nice. Yeah, the town I was working. I mean, it might as well have been Hamburg. But I'm trying to remember the name of the town that if you lived in Hamburg, then you probably know exactly where. That's hilarious, man. Such a small place. Yeah, let's see. What was the name of that town that I lived in that was right next to Hamburg? And my eyes are shot. My eyes are absolutely blown out. Let me see if I can find it. Mount Vernon, no. What is this? Oh, this isn't Google Earth. Shit. Anyway, it was right outside of Hamburg. It was near the edge of the lake. Damn it! What was the name of it? It's a funky name too. Hamburg, and there's the road right there. I'm trying to follow. I'm trying to remember. And it wasn't Wanaka. It was next to a high school. Derby, Lakeview. Angola. I lived in Angola. Right on the road. Little white house. Right on the house. Ah, shit. Oh, you're looking at the damn. All right, hold on a second here. What else we got here? I did it for years. Wide mouth jars. Sent you likes. Hey, TikTok. Throw me a subject. Well, I show him where I lived, and he's going to like, what? All right, where's the damn high school at? Angola on the Lake, Evans Center. Lakeshore High School. Haha, that's hilarious. Yep. I lived, if you're looking at the, I lived right there, man. I lived right in that little house right outside the high school. That's hilarious. Yeah, you know exactly where it is. That's too funny, man. That's the one I told you I threw my kids out. The first time we had I experienced lake effect snow. I threw my kids out the back window because that's the only window would open in that little shack. And they had to tunnel through the snow to the front door to dig us out. That's hilarious. Let's see. All right, what am I sent you likes? Pew Pew Girl says, toilet situation if the city water goes down. How to handle human waste. Well, it really depends on where you live. Be honest with you, Pew Pew Girl. If you have a yard and your water table is not, your water table is not shallow, you're literally going to create an outhouse for yourself. That's how you do it. The further out you live, the better. But that's literally what has to do it. And I don't know if you were around. We were talking about sanitation, I think, in the first hour, where people who decide they're going to go into the woods and live there for an extended period of time, they never contemplate actually like building something to sit on, you know, like a makeshift toilet/outhouse, you know. And that's something that you probably need to do. Got on. No worries, Pew Pew. It's not a big deal. A lot of these subjects, they come back around in the second and third hour. It's not a big deal. But yeah, that's what I would do. You know, it's there's a lot to be said for sitting down, if you know what I mean, and building something that you can actually sit down on. I mean, technically, you could construct something like that, right? And it's really nothing more than something the size of like an end table, you know, build it out of 2x4s, and maybe a little bit of flat wood, you know, round the edges of it. It only needs 4 legs, and it's now portable. And basically you dig yourself a nice deep hole. I would definitely recommend probably getting at least 4 to 6 feet, you know, then you just put this thing right over the top of it. And then clearly you need a little bit of privacy. So, you know, you would eventually build something. That's how outhouses started getting constructed. And then you kind of go from there. And then you just move the damn thing. You know, when the hole starts to get full, you fill it in and dig another hole and move that sucker over the top of it, you know. How do you find out your water table depth? When we were just talking about wells. If you go to your county GIS website, a lot of times they have water layer maps and well maps, and you can find out at the closest well and find out how deep the wells are. If they're shallow, you could have a problem because you clearly don't want to contaminate your watershed areas, but it'll give you an idea. It'll give you a good place to start. Pew Pew, you are getting a lot of free information from me tonight. You know that. I've noticed that. You're very welcome. Go to my Patreon. Oh, that's too funny. Let's see here. All right. Well, we got about 25 more minutes because I said I was only going to do this till 11, but people keep sticking around, so I'm going to keep talking. Did you guys see on the TikTok my last video? It's hilarious. It's only got 200 views. Representative Jim Jordan gave me the thumbs up on my Getter page for the Patreon. So yeah, there's that. Pew Pew, if you go to, you're on TikTok, if you go to my profile, there is a link in my profile. It's a Wix, it'll say Wix. And you click on that, and that'll take you to my homepage, and then it's the very top link. It says membership. And you click on that, and then it'll tell you what you're getting into. And if you do join, appreciate it. And if you don't, still love you, girl. Still love you. But yeah, old Jim Jordan. If you guys don't know who he is, you got. You know what? I'm going to show it right on my YouTube page. Probably going to get a. I'm probably going to get a strike on this. TikTok, you can't hear the AC/DC playing in the background. There we go. That should be just long enough to get me a YouTube strike. Or not a YouTube strike, but they're basically saying, don't play that music, it's bad for us. But I'm not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What else we got going on there? Kingfisher. I remember Kingfisher. It was the nuclear unsurvivability video. Oh man, I don't even. I think that was the one. Was that the one where I was basically saying, "Hey, listen, if you live here, 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 and here, preparing for this, that doesn't matter." You know, I'm pretty sure that is. I'm not the whole preparing for a full-on nuclear exchange. It's almost foolish. You know, if they ever really to go to full exchange, there would be survivors. It's just that most of us live in places where there wouldn't be survivors. But you know, the reality is that warfare today is not like it was Cold War and pre-Cold War. It's all about maintaining infrastructure. You know, if you fought in Iraq or Afghanistan, there was a huge emphasis on not destroying infrastructure, and that's exactly what they do. I mean, if they really want to do it, it's going to be an EMP. It's going to be a nuclear weapon detonated at about 240 kilometers above the Earth, and it's going to basically destroy our electronic infrastructure, our ability to produce power. It's going to destroy the Earth. We will go dark until something is done, you know. Pew just sent me this funny looking thing. I don't know if that's a snowball or what, but I do appreciate it. Is that a diamond? What is that? Spider web? I don't know what you just sent me. It's a web. I got you. It's just so hard to tell because my eyes won't focus this close, and it's just on the big screen. It's just this weird web-looking thing. Yes, a web-looking thing. Okay, well, I think everybody's getting a little burnt out, unless we got a subject we want to drop in here in the next minute or so. I did buy some EMP transients for a car. Sogen, etc. Trash can Farragut. That's the extent of things while I live this close. Yeah, I mean, there's. Oh Lord, you caught another one. I don't know what that means. I mean, listen, I'm not saying don't prep for nuclear war. That's not what I'm saying, because it's all chance. What I'm saying is that, okay, I got a crown. Thank you. I'm gonna have to look into these things. I know that they're like, I think that they're like money, but they're like 50 cents or something like that. But I'm kind of curious as to how I cash out. I really don't know, but I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Hopefully, you didn't just spend the same amount of money that you would have spent on the Patreon. But anyway, prepping for a full nuclear exchange, that's a waste of time. Just a standard prep is more than enough. Unless you own a bunker and you have the ability to filter your air. Yeah. It's a completely different animal. There's a lot of study, and there's a lot of knowing when to do things in that kind of survivability. We used to call it NBC, or nuclear, biological, chemical, and now they call it CBRN. I think it's chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear. And it's like, okay, thanks for renaming everything, but it's still all the same crap. So, it's a tough subject to broach, to prep or not to prep. That is the question. I think if you were going to do it, you would definitely want to get yourself some of the, I want to say they're iodine pills. I think there's something else in them, though, where if you know that something's going to happen, or you believe that there's radiation in the area, you can take these pills, and they basically flood your liver with iodine, and that keeps radiation from messing with you internally. Is it 100%? No, it's not 100%, but it's something. It's something. Investing, if you're seriously scared about it, investing in a solid chemical warfare mask, definitely. With some extra filters, definitely, just so you can get out of a hot zone. There are a lot of options for survivability, and most of them are expensive, but it's not impossible. Prepping for EMP to simply disable power is worth it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, unless your electronics haven't been shielded. That's kind of a big thing that a lot of people don't know about, or don't think about, is like they go big with all this solar stuff, and charge controllers are electronic, so they've got all this solar stuff sitting out, or should I say just not protected, and the EMP comes, and if you don't know anything about how an EMP wave actually works, then if you don't understand how the box signal just goes right through the little cracks of whatever you think is going to stop it, and it basically destroys your electronic gear. Well, almost every charge controller on the planet is got some kind of chip inside of it that can be fried, and it makes a lot of electronics, a lot of solar electronics, completely useless. For instance, if you had a $1,200 box that's supposed to be giving you battery power, and that is not protected in a shielded environment, all the electronics inside of it, because there are electronics inside of it, are now rendered useless, and now you have a $1,200 brick. So, food for thought. I'm just figuring out this gift thing too. I appreciate it. Beer Can says it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a garden in a warrior. Exactly. Yep, I absolutely 100% agree. All right, we got another subject. We got something else we want to talk about, or am I going to call it? because it's almost 11 o'clock here. Yep, that's exactly what I do, RC. That's exactly what I do. What about the trailers to put behind a sedan, a tent camper? That's an excellent idea. That's actually part of my. That's the next part of my plan. I'm going to. I've got my eye on a homemade trailer. It's small, but the general idea is that I'm just going to box it in and use it to carry supplies, and then make it so that it's like there's a platform on top of it that I can actually set a tent up on, and then basically I can drive around with all my food preps and gear in the back of this trailer that I'm pulling behind my Jeep, and then I'm going to make it so that it's the same carry height or basically wheel height as the Jeep itself. That way, when I'm pulling it, I don't have any problems with the whole teeter-totter effect. Carry supplies in a I guess that's landscape trailer. I don't know what a landscape trailer is, but I'm gonna. Oh wait, I know what you're talking about. It's just a utility trailer. Yeah, no, similar to that, but I'm saying I'm gonna enclose it, probably with wood, and then that way I can pick it up. You know, I can pick the tops up. It'll be like almost like a Tonto cover, but something strong enough that I can actually walk on. Okay, guys. Well, it looks like everybody. Well, what do we got here? 7x16 cargo trailer is what I went with. Made a stealth camper, bug out vehicle if needed. Oh, I love it, man. I love it. Yeah, I've got my eyes on a trailer that's already built. It's a custom trailer, and I think it's going to be just the right size to do what I want to do with it. Because the problem with the XJs is they have their wheelbase is not super wide, and I don't want to be hauling around a trailer that's wider than the wheelbase of my Jeep. I want them to be similar, which is not great for turnover, but I'm also won't be having any dragging problems either, as long as I stick to the same wheelbase. Wheelbase and wheel height. That way they're nice and even. But I do want to do the whole trailer thing. 16 feet long, man. You could live inside that thing. Stealth. You made a stealth camper. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen where people like put air conditioners in them, and then they put them like underneath the what would be the center of the V. Inside, and then the air vent is the bottom of the trailer instead of out the side or the top. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it. Listen, I really thank you all for being here, both on TikTok and YouTube. Do me a favor. Take a look at the Patreon. Take a look at the membership. It's something that's very active, and I hope to see you again. All right, guys. Stay safe. Have a great day, and I'll see you when I see you. It's 3 a month. Come on. You the man.